Chapter 765. Dongfang Qin transformed into a fairy and a demon. Taking advantage of the darkness, he arrived outside the Dragon Valley. This time he came prepared. The immortal and demon twins combined into one. He was invincible. He was confident that he could defeat Gu Fei and kill Gu Fei. The demon Dongfang Qin and the divine Dongfang Qin silently snuck into the Dragon Valley without triggering any restrictive spells. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, there were many of his trusted subordinates. Entering the Dragon Valley was as easy as flipping his hand for Dongfang Qin. Dongfang Qin did not alarm anyone. The Dragon Valley was quiet. Some of the pavilions were still emitting light. However, no one would have thought that behind this peace there was a hidden killing intent. There are 3 powerful auras in the depths of the Dragon Valley, but they are not Gu Fei. Where is Gu Fei? The immortal and demon twins fused together. The divine and demonic coexisted. Dongfang Qin's battle strength was raised to the limit. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. Like a wisp of smoke, he flew toward the entrance of the valley and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Swish! Just as Dongfang Qin retreated, a dark shadow appeared without warning at the place where Dongfang Qin originally stood. A pair of bright, divine eyes swept around. This person who suddenly appeared was like a ghost. His whole body was wrapped in black clothes. Waves of soul power were emitted from his body. This person was He Tian. He was from the undead race. His soul power was extremely powerful. His spiritual sense was more sensitive than Xiaoqing's and Balon's. When he sensed something strange, he immediately rushed out. What's going on? 2 people actually entered the Dragon Valley? How is this possible? In the end, He Tian looked in the direction of the valley and muttered to himself. Around the Dragon Valley, he had set up a peerless killing formation. The entire Dragon Valley was under the cover of a peerless killing formation. How could outsiders pass through the killing formation silently and enter the valley? Swish! He Tian's figure disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared above the entrance of the valley. He only paused for a moment, then rushed out of the Dragon Valley without hesitation. A strange fluctuation was left behind in the void. Mahakala followed this strange fluctuation, which was about to dissipate very quickly, and chased after it. His soul power was far stronger than that of an ordinary immortal god, so he could sense minute waves that ordinary people couldn't. What's going on? Did those 2 people just disappear? A 3rd person has appeared? Soon, He Tian had chased for 300 or 400 miles and arrived at a valley filled with rocks. At this moment, he was shocked to discover that there was a figure standing on top of a huge boulder in the valley. Someone was actually waiting for him. I'd like to see who it is. He Tian hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still flew toward that person and arrived near him. Humph! Where was Gu Fei? Why didn't he come? The person's back was facing He Tian as he said coldly. He seemed to have expected that someone would chase after him. You are. He Tian was taken aback. He sensed that the person's aura was very strange. Sometimes it was holy like an immortal, and sometimes it was sinister like a devil. How could there be 2 completely opposite auras on a single person, each of them walking on an extreme path? Dongfang Qin. The person's tone was so cold that it was suffocating. It was as if even the air was about to freeze. While speaking, the person turned around. Sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a purple gold crown on his head, and a white robe. What a handsome young man. When He Tian saw this person's face, he couldn't help but praise him in his heart. However, when he saw the person's eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. The left eye of this white-robed young man was as bright as the stars in the sky, and there was a divine light flickering in it. His right eye was emitting an evil and terrifying bloody light. This was a devil eye. You are Dongfang Qin? He Tian said. He didn't expect that this guy would dare to appear again. Isn't it strange? Why would I appear here? Dongfang Qin seemed to know what He Tian was thinking. and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. "I am very strange. Aren't you afraid that my boss will find out and kill you?" He Tian said. He was secretly on guard. This guy obviously came prepared. He Tian used his toes to think that Dongfang Qin dared to appear in the Dragon Valley. As long as he wasn't stupid, he must have something to rely on. "Humph, it's still uncertain who will be killed," Dongfang Qin sneered. "Now I will kill you first. I will kill all of Gu Fei's friends, one by one." As he spoke, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from Dongfang Chen's body. The power of the immortal and devil intertwined. The left side of his body flickered with divine light, immortal energy lingered around him, and the right side of his body was filled with devil energy. Immortal and devil body? How is this possible? Seeing this, He Tian was shocked. He never thought that Dongfang Chen would have the power of immortal and devil at the same time. Boom! Dongfang Chen soared into the sky from the boulder under his feet. The boulder under his feet instantly exploded and scattered rocks flew in all directions. The power of the immortal and devil clashed, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. The power of the immortal and devil intertwined, and a terrifying vortex appeared high in the sky, swallowing He Tian. "So what if you have the power of the immortal and devil body? You want to kill me? Dream on!" He Tian shouted. The power of his soul surged, and the power of yin and yang condensed in his eyes. Swish! 2 beams of divine light, one black and one white, shot out from He Tian's eye sockets. The black light was as black as ink. It blended into the darkness and was almost invisible. However, the white light was as dazzling as a divine rainbow, instantly illuminating the dark night. The power of yin and yang was vast and mighty. The 2 divine lights shattered the void and penetrated the terrifying vortex in the sky. Wherever they passed, 2 spatial cracks were left. However, the yin and yang light that could penetrate the void and destroy everything was submerged in the vortex formed by the power of the immortal and devil. It disappeared without a trace. This, He Tian was taken aback. He quickly retreated, wanting to avoid the terrifying vortex that was swallowing him from the sky. However, at this moment, the vortex formed by the power of the immortal and devil. Boom! The vortex shook violently and produced a heaven-devouring power that sucked He Tian in. Rumble! The void in front of He Tian collapsed under the suction force. The power of the immortal and devil intertwined to form a vortex that could devour the heavens. Roar! Reverse yin and yang. Shift the cosmos. He Tian was anxious. The power of yin and yang suddenly erupted from his body. The yin and yang diagram emerged from his body. The diagram rotated. The power of yin and yang intertwined and flowed with traces of Tao rhythm. In the next moment, the void distorted. He Tian, who was shrouded by the diagram, suddenly disappeared. He seemed to be walking through the cracks in the void and rushed out from the terrifying vortex formed by the power of the immortal and devil. Dongfang Chen's voice came from the void. He was very surprised that He Tian actually escaped from his immortal and devil magical power. Boom! The power of the immortal and devil was mighty. The terrifying vortex in the sky suddenly expanded and covered the whole world. The suction force emitted from the vortex seemed to want to swallow the whole world. The rocks in the valley were sucked into the whirlpool and disappeared. The earth shook, and the entire valley seemed to be swallowed by the whirlpool. Chapter 766. The fusion of the immortal and demonic twin powers caused Dongfang Chen's combat prowess to rise to an unimaginable level. The immortal and demonic powers interweaved into a terrifying whirlpool, displaying a terrifying power that could swallow the heaven and earth. In the end, the entire valley was swallowed into the whirlpool formed by the immortal and demonic powers, and He Tian was not spared. Rumble! The immortal and demonic powers obliterated everything. The void collapsed, and was swallowed into the terrifying whirlpool. The heaven and earth collapsed, and a bottomless black hole appeared in the sky. The whirlpool was shrinking, and Dongfang Qin wanted to destroy He Tian, who was swallowed into the whirlpool with immortal and demonic powers. Boom! Suddenly a loud noise rang out, and the void shook violently. A yin-yang divine diagram broke through the void, splitting the heaven and earth. It spun and rushed out. The yin-yang divine diagram was vast and mighty, and the Tao rhyme was circulating. Swish! After the yin-yang divine diagram rushed out of the whirlpool formed by the immortal and demonic powers, it immediately collapsed, and He Tian's figure fell out of the void. He turned into the yin-yang divine diagram and forcibly used the diagram to interweave the lines of the great Tao, splitting the heaven and earth, shattering the void, and rushed out of the whirlpool, escaping the calamity. However, although He Tian escaped the calamity, his soul power was weakened. Obviously, he had suffered a great impact, and his soul was injured. The immortal and demonic powers were vast and mighty, and the terrifying whirlpool formed by the immortal and demonic powers disappeared high in the sky, and Dongfang Chen's figure appeared. There was a scar on the corner of his mouth, and it was quickly healing. He actually wanted to swallow He Tian. Don't struggle pointlessly. A cruel smile appeared on Dongfang Chen's face. He walked in the void and approached He Tian. His body was surrounded by 18 divine lights, and the immortal and divine powers were vast and mighty. It was as if an immortal king had descended, extraordinary and refined, without a trace of evil. No one would have thought that he had such a demonic side. Swish! He Tian didn't say anything. He immediately shifted through the void, wanting to escape. His opponent was far too powerful, and his combat prowess could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. He was probably not inferior to his boss, Gu Fei. He was definitely not a match for him. You want to leave? Dongfang Qin sneered and pressed his palm into the void. Bam! The void shattered, and He Tian was blasted out of the void by Dongfang Qin. All the bones in his body were almost shattered by Dongfang Chen's palm. At this time, He Tian's vitality was greatly damaged, and he was not Dongfang Chen's opponent. Just as He Tian fell out of the void, a figure shrouded in demonic aura appeared behind He Tian. A demonic hand stretched out silently, spread open its fingers, and instantly grasped the top of He Tian's head. Not good. He Tian was shocked. In the next moment, he only felt a strange force coming from the demonic hand above his head. Then the yin and yang energy condensed in his body, and even the power of his soul, were attracted by this strange force and gathered towards the demonic hand above his head. He is devouring my power. He Tian was scared out of his wits. He knew that this Dongfang Qin definitely cultivated some kind of terrifying, demonic, divine ability that could absorb the power of cultivators for his own use. He Tian wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He desperately condensed the yin and yang energy, and the yin and yang spirit diagram loomed on his body. He wanted to shake off the demonic hand above his head. However, it was all in vain. Erebus had fallen into a desperate situation. He couldn't break free from that demonic hand. His body's power and even his spiritual strength were being sucked away by the demonic hand that was clamping down on his head. He Tian felt the threat of death. He was panic-stricken. It wasn't easy for him to come back to life, and he was about to be reborn against the heavens. Dying like this was too depressing. Such pure soul power. After devouring your power, my strength will at least increase by 1 realm. Gu Fei, your time of death has come. The demonic Dongfang Qin laughed sinisterly. It turned out that no one knew when Dongfang Qin had split into the demonic and divine immortal twins. The 9 transformations of the immortal and demon was to strengthen oneself by devouring the cultivation of others. Dongfang Qin being able to cultivate to the immortal god stage in a short period of 200 years was a good example. Roar! At worst, I will perish together with you. He Tian roared crazily. He had already prepared for the worst. He would never let Dongfang Chen take advantage of him. The yin-yang power and soul power were constantly being sucked away. He Tian had no choice but to go all out. He was preparing to use a secret technique. But at this moment, a blood-colored demonic arrow pierced through the void. It directly flew out from the void and pierced through the demonic Dongfang Chen behind He Tian. Damn it! The divine Dongfang Chen rushed over. Swish! Another blood-colored demonic arrow broke through the void and directly shot out from the void. It directly pierced through the chest of the divine Dongfang Chen who was rushing over. Go to hell! He Tian took advantage of the fact that the demonic Dongfang Chen was hit by the arrow and retreated. He broke free from the demonic hand above his head and punched the demonic Dongfang Chen's face. Bam! He Tian angrily punched the demonic Dongfang Chen's face, directly sending the demonic Dongfang Chen flying. His face was almost deformed. The divine Dongfang Chen directly slapped the blood fiend demonic arrow away. His eyes were red. He was very familiar with this blood fiend demonic arrow. It was the demonic arrow shot by his demonic bow. That day, Dongfang Chen's demonic body was killed by Gu Fei, and the demonic bow was lost. Today, the other party actually used his demonic bow to shoot him. How could Dongfang Chen not be angry? Gu Fei, come out. Hiding your head and showing your tail, what kind of hero are you? The immortal and demon Gemini gathered together. Dongfang Chen thought that Gu Fei was secretly attacking him with a demonic bow, so he nervously looked around and was on full alert. He knew that Gu Fei was a martial immortal and an invincible, monstrous genius. He could not be careless. Swish! 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 Blood light constantly appeared. One after another, blood fiend demonic arrows shot out from the void. The immortal and demon Gemini pierced through the air. Someone in the distance locked onto the immortal and demon Gemini's aura and wanted to kill Dongfang Chen. More than a dozen blood fiend demonic arrows danced around the immortal and demon Gemini. Dongfang Chen roared again and again. The immortal and demon Gemini kept attacking, breaking the blood fiend demonic arrows. This kind of demonic arrow, if it was not broken, even if it was sent flying, it would fly back again. It would not stop until it hit the target. At this time, two figures rushed over from the distant sky. When He Tian punched Dongfang Chen, he had already escaped far away. He already hated Dongfang Chen to the bone. This Dongfang Chen caused him to lose a lot of vitality. He is Dongfang Chen. Let's join hands and kill him. He Tian shouted at the two people. If he did not kill Dongfang Chen, it would be difficult to quell the anger in his heart. What? Dongfang Chen. Chapter 767. Dongfang Chen. Shaoqing and Balan were both taken aback. They saw that in front of them, surrounded by dozens of blood fiend arrows, there were two people. They were exactly the same. One was surrounded by immortal qi, like a nine-heaven Xian immortal descending to the world, extraordinary and refined. The other was filled with devil qi, like an ancient demon coming into being, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Why are there two people? Seeing this scene, Shaoqing and Balan couldn't help but be tongue-tied. They never thought that there would really be two Dongfang Chen in this world. It was too inconceivable. Those two Dongfang Chen were definitely not some external incarnation or primordial spirit, but two people with the same body and power. Even their souls were the same. However, one was an immortal, the other was a devil. He is the immortal and devil Gemini that can be separated and reunited. He Tian gritted his teeth and said he had just suffered a great loss in the hands of Dongfang Chen and was almost beaten down to the emperor's stage. What? Shaoqing and Balan were aghast. They never thought that there would be such a strange and unpredictable divine ability in this world. Immortal and devil in the same body. What kind of concept was that? Wasn't this guy a monster that was neither immortal nor devil, but half immortal and half devil. Roar! At this time, Dongfang Chen roared. The immortal and devil Gemini attacked with all their strength, shattering the dozens of blood-fiend arrows around them, and rushed out. Let's join hands and kill him. He Tian said hatefully. An incomparably excited soul fluctuation came out from his skull. Where's Gu Fei? Why isn't he coming out? Is he afraid of me? God Xing Dongfang Chen and Devil Xing Dongfang Chen pressed towards He Tian, Shaoqing and Balan with unparalleled strength. Humph. Killing you doesn't need our boss to do it. He Tian said. Shaoqing and Balan facing Dongfang Chen, they had to be careful. This guy was simply a monster. He actually refined himself into this state. If I kill you, he will naturally jump out. Dongfang Chen's battle intent was like a rainbow. He had the confidence to fight 1 against 3. Shameless boasting. Balan was like a raging fire. He took a step forward, and his entire body was covered in divine flames. In an instant, he arrived in front of God Dongfang Chen and blasted out a punch. Monstrous flames lit up the night sky. High up in the sky, there seemed to be a heavenly fire that enveloped the world, burning the void. Terrifying energy ripples spread across the world. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could see the raging fire in the sky. Bam! The entire world trembled violently. Then, the raging fire that filled the sky dissipated in the air like a tornado. 2 figures were sent flying thousands of feet away. Boom! Almost at the same time, a pitch-black demonic hand descended from the sky, emitting boundless demonic power, and directly pressed down on the flying Balan. Rumble! A part of the world trembled under this terrifying demonic hand. Under the gigantic hand, demonic energy surged violently. Everywhere it passed, the void was shattered and everything was obliterated. Swoosh! A ray of blood-red light shot across the sky like a rainbow, piercing through the void and colliding with the giant hand. Boom! With a loud sound, the giant hand and the arrow instantly collapsed and dissipated in the void at the same time. Shaoqing made his move. He pulled the demonic bow and shot out a blood-red arrow to block the giant hand. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions, and the mighty aftershock caused the earth to shake. Xiaoqing's entire body was surrounded by dragon qi. A phantom of a huge dragon appeared on his body. He pulled the demonic bow with demonic energy. On the surface of the bow, blood-red light shone brightly. The power of heaven and earth in all directions was attracted and crazily gathered towards the demonic bow. A blood-fiend arrow condensed on the bowstring. Swoosh! Shaoqing loosened his grip, and the blood-fiend arrow pierced forward. The arrow light was thousands of feet long, piercing through the void and shaking the world. The blood-red light illuminated the entire world. Damn it! Devilish Dongfang Chen's demonic qi swirled around him as he stepped on a demonic cloud and quickly retreated. This arrow caused the heavens and earth to dim, and devilish Dongfang Chen felt quite shocked and did not dare to receive this arrow. Roar! Seeing this, divine Dongfang Chen roared and directly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared next to devil Dongfang Chen, who was quickly retreating. Bam! The divine Dongfang Chen's right palm and the demonic Dongfang Chen's left palm collided. The immortal and demonic powers revolved, and immortal energy and demonic light coiled around the twin immortal and demon brothers. The twin immortal and demon brothers' figures gradually became blurry and finally disappeared. Boom! The power of immortal and devil erupted in an instant, interweaving into a huge whirlpool, swallowing the 1,000-feet-long arrow light into the whirlpool and obliterating it with the power of immortal and devil. This, Shaoqing couldn't help but be startled. The arrow he shot with all his strength was dissolved just like that. Rumble! The entire world was shaking. The huge vortex shrunk and finally disappeared into the void. A terrifying figure that looked like both a god and a devil appeared from the void. The person who appeared out of thin air had celestial chi swirling around the left side of his body, and divine light flashed. The right side of his body was filled with demonic chi and surging demonic energy. Especially that person's eyes, they were the eyes of the devil god. The left eye was bright and clear like the stars in the sky, while the right eye was flashing with a bloody light. It seemed like there was a bloody world in the eye. The immortal and devil chi was vast and mighty on that person, but it magically reached a certain balance. It didn't pose any threat to that person. Swish, 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 swish. Xiaoqing shot 3 arrows with all his strength. The thousands of feet long fiendish blood arrow light crossed the heaven and earth, shooting towards Dongfang Qin, showing a terrifying power as if it could shoot a hole in the sky. The terrifying energy fluctuations were vast and mighty. Go! After shooting 3 arrows, Xiaoqing shouted and decisively retreated. The opponent had the body of an immortal and devil, and the aura emitted from his body made Xiaoqing feel a sense of danger. Damn, he actually used my devil weapon to attack me. Dongfang Chen was very depressed. The devil bow in Xiaoqing's hand was originally a devil weapon that he had refined for nearly 100 years. The 3,000s of feet long fiendish blood arrow light displayed an unprecedented powerful energy fluctuation, causing the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the surrounding hundreds of miles to move. The 3 fiendish blood arrow light illuminated the heaven and earth, as if there were 3 bloody worlds appearing in the sky. Wherever the devil arrow pointed, it shrouded the 4 directions. Even Dongfang Chen couldn't avoid it. Roar! Dongfang Chen roared towards the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind. The immortal and devil chi on his body surged violently. The immortal and devil chi intertwined and collided with each other. Dongfang Chen's battle strength suddenly doubled. The heaven and earth were shaken by the terrifying power coming from his body, as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse. Chapter 768. The 9 transformations of the immortal and demon was indeed a peerless evil technique. The fusion of the immortal and demon made Dongfang Chen's battle prowess increase to an unimaginable level. Above the sky, the void collapsed. The immortal and demon power intertwined and collided with each other, forming a pitch-black devil hole that seemed to be connected to a world of destruction. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. Terrifying energy waves surged out from the black hole. Even the clouds in the sky were swallowed by the black hole. The 3 blood fiend arrows shot by Xiaoqing with all his strength were swallowed by the black hole. The black hole shook again and again as if it could destroy everything. Soon, the immortal demon black hole, formed by the intertwining power of the immortal demon in the sky, gradually calmed down and disappeared into the void. Dongfang Chen's godlike figure appeared in the void. At this time, Xiaoqing, Heitian, and Balan saw that the situation was not right and retreated. They knew that it was difficult to fight against Dongfang Chen, so they had to retreat. Roar! Dongfang Chen roared crazily. The heaven and earth shook. His roar shook the mountains and rivers. The immortal and demon power was vast and mighty. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, making the birds and beasts in this area silent. Let's see where you can escape to, Dongfang Chen murmured. Then his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Swish, swish, swish. 3 streaks of light streaked across the sky like 3 different colored meteors. They descended from the sky and fell into a valley. Then the entire valley was enveloped by a layer of light. The first thing Heitian did when he returned to the Dragon Valley was to activate the killing formation. At this time, even Dongfang Chen's confidants in the valley couldn't spread the news. Boom! Just when Heitian and the others returned, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky above the Dragon Valley. Someone was attacking the killing formation that covered the entire Dragon Valley. Gufei, you coward, come out and fight me one-on-one if you have the ability. An angry roar came from outside the valley. Xiaoqing returned to his cave residence, then pulled the bow in his hand and shot an arrow into the sky. Whoosh! As soon as Shaoqing released the bowstring, the demonic blood arrow pierced through the void in front of him and shot into the chaotic void. In the next instant, a cry of alarm rang out from outside the Dragon Valley. The demonic Path Saint artifact was incomparably powerful. As long as it locked onto an opponent's aura, no matter how far away it was, as long as it shot out an arrow, it could kill an enemy thousands of miles away. This demon weapon originally belonged to Dongfang Qin, but it was taken away by Gu Fei and given to Shaoqing. Over the past few months, Shaoqing has been refining the magic bow day and night, erasing the spiritual imprint left by Dongfang Qin on the magic bow. Only then could he shoot the arrow at Dongfang Qin. He Tian activated the Peerless Killing Array, blocking Dongfang Qin outside the Dragon Valley. Dongfang Qin relied on the immortal and demon twin bodies. His battle prowess was unparalleled. He directly broke into the Peerless Killing Array. The Great Array immediately released a murderous aura, emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. Rays of starlight were drawn down and turned into countless divine lights that pierced through the void, shooting towards Dongfang Qin. Under the ground, monstrous earth fire surged and enveloped Dongfang Qin. The Peerless Killing Array displayed a terrifying might. The power of destruction was vast and mighty, causing Dongfang Qin's expression to change. This was a terrifying method to draw the power of heaven and earth to kill the enemy. The immortal and demon fusion, the immortal and demon energies intertwined and collided with each other, causing Dongfang Qin's battle prowess to rise to an unimaginable level. He could be said to be invincible among the same level. However, even so, he was in danger inside He Tian's Peerless Killing Array. He was in a sorry state and almost fell into the trap. He tried his best to rush out of the Peerless Killing Array, and then he didn't dare to rush into it easily again. Dongfang Qin stood guard outside the Dragon Valley. He didn't believe that the people inside the Dragon Valley could stay inside for a lifetime. Those despicable guys would eventually come out. He Tian personally oversaw the Peerless Killing Array, so he didn't dare to be careless. Little Dongfang brat, I advise you to scram. If our boss comes out of seclusion, you will die without a burial place. He Tian walked through the Peerless Killing Array and saw Dongfang Qin outside. Although his teeth itched with hatred, although he couldn't do anything to Dongfang Qin, he didn't forget to mock him. A bunch of cowards, what's there to be afraid of? Dongfang Qin was very confident. He ignored He Tian's sarcasm from time to time. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Dongfang Qin didn't retreat and still stood guard outside. Moreover, powerful auras of immortal god-level experts began to appear outside the Dragon Valley. It was obvious that Dongfang Qin had invited other experts. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. On a mountain peak 10 miles away from the Dragon Valley, a middle-aged man in black with delicate features sat cross-legged on the peak. As the middle-aged man breathed, divine weapon essence burst out from his mouth and nose. It was as if a divine weapon was constantly being unsheathed and resheathed. There was a faint, clanging sound coming from his ti. His entire person was like a heavenly blade. The blade chi fluctuated rhythmically with his breathing, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Within a radius of 10 miles, there was a cold saber chi surging. There was not a single bird or beast in the area where the middle-aged man was. The terrifying aura emitted from the middle-aged man made all the birds and beasts not dare to approach. In another area outside the Dragon Valley, there was also a powerful aura. These guys in the Peerless Killing Array outside the Dragon Valley, He Tian, Balan, and Shaoqing were all very unhappy. Those people outside did not put them in their eyes at all. They actually unscrupulously released powerful auras. When will the boss come out of seclusion? He Tian asked. He couldn't wait to kill his way out and find Dongfang Qin to settle the score. Dongfang Qin had almost destroyed his soul. This great hatred, he had to take revenge. I don't know either. Shaoqing sighed. Before Gu Fei came out, they couldn't do anything. In fact, during this period of time, it was not that they did nothing. At the very least, they pulled out all of Dongfang Chen's trusted aides in the Dragon Valley and caught them all in one fell swoop. They didn't show any mercy. They directly crippled the cultivation of these people and then expelled them from the Dragon Valley. Although Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Taoist didn't care about this. If Dongfang Chen's trusted aides were not eliminated, it would be a hidden danger to the Dragon Valley and the Supreme Mystery Sect. Therefore, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, the medicine Taoist, and the others open one eye and close the other. They let Shaoqing, Heitian, and the others do what they wanted without saying much. Lock on to one of them and shoot a few arrows with the magic bow. Balan suddenly said. Chapter 769. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. In the mountains, there was only silence. There were no sounds of birds or beasts. Not even a bird could be seen in the sky. For a place that was full of vitality and lush vegetation, this was definitely not normal. In the mountains, there was a strong and oppressive aura lingering. On a lush mountain peak, a middle-aged man in black sat cross-legged. Cold saber, chi, spread out from the middle-aged man. As he breathed, there was a divine light in his mouth and nose. That was the innate saber chi. This was a saber immortal. His whole body was like a heavenly saber that had not been unsheathed. Even so, the aura emitted from his body was enough to make the birds and beasts in the mountains retreat, not daring to come close. Swish! Suddenly, a blood-red light broke through the void and appeared above the middle-aged man's head. Then it pierced through his head. The dazzling blood-red light made the sun in the sky dim. Roar! The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and roared. In the midst of the clanging sound, a white saber light rushed out from his body and slashed upwards. Boom! The unparalleled saber chi suddenly burst out from the middle-aged man, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. Rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain, as though it would collapse at any time. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The saber light and the blood-red light collided in an instant, causing a dazzling light to burst out. From the point of collision, the void collapsed in all directions. On the mountain peak, a hole with a radius of several hundred zhang appeared. The heaven and earth were pierced through. Terrifying energy, waves swept out in all directions. Cracks in the space extended outwards like a spider web. Bang! The entire mountain peak collapsed in the end. Dust rose high into the sky. Rocks flew everywhere and the earth trembled. The aftershock of the collision caused the mountains to tremble. In the midst of the roar, the saber light shattered. The black-robed, middle-aged man was sent flying backwards. The saber chi on his body soared to the sky, and there were many divine weapons circling around him. Swish! Another blood-red light suddenly broke through the void and shot over. It was like a destructive demonic light, emitting a terrifying demonic power, directly piercing through the barrier of the heaven and earth. Damn it! The middle-aged man was infuriated. He extended his right hand and drew in a blade shadow beside him. Then he slashed at the crimson demonic light that was flying towards him. Clang! Like a peerless divine weapon being unsheathed, the saber shadow attracted the spiritual chi from all directions. The power of heaven and earth within 100 miles was instantly sucked dry by the saber shadow. When the saber shadow slashed out, it had already turned into a terrifying saber light that made heaven and earth lose their color. Rumble! The domineering saber chi rippled and shook the sky. It was like a heavenly saber slicing through the void, splitting the world in half. Boom! The saber light seemed to be indestructible as it directly slashed on the blood-colored arrow light. The innate saber chi was vast and mighty, and it actually destroyed the blood fiend demon arrow. Which devil dares to plot against me? After the middle-aged man destroyed the blood arrow light, He stood high up in the sky and looked around. His gaze was like a blade as he scanned the surroundings. However, the middle-aged man did not discover anything. The two fiendish blood arrow lights were shot from the void, and there was no trace of them at all. Roar! Coward! Do you dare to come out and fight with me, Lei Ren? Lei Ren was very depressed. He was attacked by a demon for no reason. How could there be a demon expert in this mountain? Lei Ren was the descendant of the Saber Emperor. He had cultivated to the immortal realm and was one of the most powerful saber mortals in the Saber Emperor's Gate. The Saber Emperor's Gate was passed down from the ancient almighty Saber Emperor. There were not many disciples in the Saber Emperor's Gate, but none of them were weak. The experts in the Saber Immortal Gate were powerful existences that could compete with the Dao Sect's Sword Immortals. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two strong figures appeared high up in the sky with a flash of their figures, and their powers were vast and mighty. What happened? What's going on? The newcomers were Dongfang Qin and another middle-aged man in a purple robe. The middle-aged man's body seemed to be flickering with starlight as if he was standing in a starry sky. The movement here alarmed Dongfang Qin and the purple-robed middle-aged man who were nearby. A demon sneak attack, Lei Ren said angrily. He was sneak attacked. Although he was not injured, he felt very depressed. He did not even see the shadow of the other party. It's the fluctuations of demon power. The purple-robed, middle-aged man frowned. Preposterous! When Dongfang Qin sensed the magic fluctuations in the void that had not yet dissipated, he could not help but secretly clench his teeth. This was the power of the magic bow. Needless to say, those guys in the Dragon Valley were using the magic bow to attack Lei Ren. Almost no one knew that Dongfang Qin cultivated the 9 transformations of the immortal and demon. He hid it very well. Even Li Lingfeng, Ziyu the medicine Taoist, and the other higher-ups of the Supreme Mystery Sect did not notice. Even the people who often met with Dongfang Qin did not know this big secret of Dongfang Qin's, let alone outsiders. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, the sky above Dongfang Qin and the others suddenly collapsed. 3 bloody lights emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. Like a blood-colored rainbow, they pierced through the void and shot towards them. Rumble! The heavens and the earth shook. Each blood-colored, demonic light was more than 10 miles long. It was as if 3 rivers of blood were hanging upside down from the sky. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. The faces of Dongfang Qin and the others suddenly changed. The 3 blood arrows were extremely powerful. They broke through the void and shot towards them. No one could remain calm and quickly made a move. Boom! The purple-robed, middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a purple divine light. The divine light was like a purple star, shaking the void and crushing the sky. In the next moment, it emitted a purple starlight that illuminated the heavens and the earth. It was as if a purple sun had appeared in the sky. The power of the stars was vast, and the real sun was dimmed. The purple star collided with one of the blood arrows. The sky was directly pierced, and the void turned into chaos. The purple-robed, middle-aged man quickly retreated, avoiding the mighty destructive energy. Dongfang Qin and Lei Ren also attacked with all their strength. Dongfang Qin raised his hand, and a dark net flew out from his sleeve. Like a dark cloud, it flew towards the shocking blood arrows. Roar! Lei Ren roared. With a sonorous sound, 18 divine blades appeared around his body. The 18 divine blades instantly fused into Lei Ren's hands and then slashed upwards. The blade light was like a dragon, rushing up thousands of miles, splitting the heavens and the earth into 2 halves. The blade energy rushed straight to the sky. Even the sky was shaking. The might of this attack was earth-shattering. Boom! The saber light and the blood arrow light collided with each other, producing a deafening sound. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the mountains to tremble. The mighty aftershocks caused large tracts of trees to collapse and turn into dust. Chapter 770. Swoosh! The black net enveloped heaven and earth and spread out infinitely, blocking the blood fiend arrow light that pierced down from the sky. The incomparably sharp blood fiend arrow light was actually unable to penetrate the black net. Above the black net, a vast energy fluctuation spread out. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn. The pitch-black darkness covered the sky and the earth. The area enveloped by the black net seemed to have turned into a chaotic zone. Rumble! Dongfang Chen used his immortal divine technique. Using all his strength to activate the black net, endless black energy surged, as if there was a black flame burning. Dongfang Chen wanted to obliterate the blood fiend arrow light in the net. That Saber Emperor Gate's peak expert, Lei Ren's body, surged with innate blood fiend energy. He slashed out a shocking saber light. The resplendent saber light was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. The vast and terrifying saber chi that spread out caused the whole world to tremble. The saber light and the blood fiend arrow light collided. The void was instantly annihilated, piercing through the heaven and earth. The saber light collapsed. The blood fiend arrow light also collapsed. Lei Ren roared, falling from the sky. That purple-robed, middle-aged man spat out a purple star to resist the blood fiend arrow light. The power of the star was vast. The blood fiend arrow light was blocked. Boom! Amidst the loud sound, the purple star in the sky collapsed. The power of the star surged, sweeping in all directions. The blood fiend arrow light that was more than 10 li long was annihilated by the power of the star explosion. The purple-robed, middle-aged man's body shook. He was shaken by the power of the explosion. He only sank 1,000 feet in the air before he stabilized his body. Compared to the saber immortal Lei Ren of the Saber Emperor Gate, he was much more at ease. At this time, Dongfang Chen also used a black net to obliterate the blood fiend arrow light in the net. A profound een divine, net refined from profound een true water and divine silk? The purple-robed, middle-aged man recognized the origin of Dongfang Chen's black net. He was somewhat surprised. Profound een true water was the softest een divine water in the world. Only the place where the yin and yang energy of heaven and earth gathered could give birth to this kind of divine water. It was a divine object formed from the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Mysterious yin true water was rarely seen in the world. It was likely that only the legendary heavenly realm had such a divine object. As for the divine silk, it was a precious treasure that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. According to legend, when divine clothes weaved from the divine silk were worn, it would possess the effect of being impervious to all techniques. Roar! At this time, a furious roar came from below. A figure soared up into the sky. This peak expert of the Saber Emperor sect was in a sorry state. Just who is it? Lei Ren clenched his teeth. The person who attacked from the shadows was truly too hateful. It seemed as if he didn't want to fight head-on with them. I don't know, the purple-robed man said directly. He couldn't sense where the blood demon arrow came from. The opponent's technique was very profound. Dongfang Chen didn't speak. He knew it, but he couldn't say it. At this time, inside the Peerless Killing Formation on the periphery of the Dragon Valley, Shaoqing, Heitian, and Balan were paying close attention to the situation outside. Although they were separated by more than 10 kilometers, they could still sense Dongfang Chen's aura. Shoot a few more arrows and kill these bastards, Heitian said fiercely. The person he wanted to kill the most was Dongfang Chen. That day when he fought with Dongfang Chen, if not for Shaoqing and Balan's timely arrival, his soul would have already flown away. Dongfang Chen's evil technique was too vicious. It could devour a cultivator's essence, energy, and even soul force. Those who cultivated this evil technique were the enemies of all cultivators in the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the enemy of the whole world, devouring other people's cultivation to help himself. All cultivators were nourishment for Dongfang Chen. The reason why Dongfang Chen's cultivation increased so quickly was because of this evil technique. I can't do it anymore," Xiaoqing said while gasping for breath. He shot 3 arrows with all his strength. Almost all the demonic power in his body was sucked away by the devil Bao. It was difficult for him to shoot a 4th arrow with all his strength. This devil Bao had the power to transform other powers into demonic power. Therefore, even if one wasn't a devil cultivator, they could still use this devil path sacred tool. "Then let's take a break and shoot again," He Tian said. This devil Bao was probably something that only a supreme expert of the devil path could refine. Every arrow it shot would consume a vast amount of magic power. "You do it," Xiaoqing said snappily. This guy didn't feel any pain at all. This devil Bao's devouring speed was not a joke. Even a peak immortal god could only shoot 3 arrows with all his strength. Of course, if one didn't use all their strength, they could shoot a lot of arrows. However, it would be difficult to kill an immortal god with that level of devil arrow. Xiaoqing shot 3 arrows with all his strength, but it only caused Lei Rin of the Saber Emperor sect to be in a sorry state. "Let's end it here for today. We'll continue tomorrow," Balan said, then turned and walked into the Dragon Valley. Only they could walk freely in the Peerless Killing Formation. This was a Peerless Killing Formation that Mahakala had set up. Within the formation, if you wanted someone to be unlucky, that person's head would be struck by a bucket-thick bolt of lightning. Of course, if you wanted someone to walk within the formation, that person would be able to come and go as he pleased. Xiaoqing and He Tian also walked into the Dragon Valley. At this time, the entire Supreme Mystery sect already knew that their sect leader, Dongfang Qin, had returned. He was outside the valley, but he couldn't enter. However, the grudge between Gu Fei and Dongfang Qin had also spread among the disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect. Gu Fei's return had forced Dongfang Qin to leave. Now Dongfang Qin had returned. The current Supreme Mystery sect was no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. The number of disciples in the sect wasn't even 1/10 of what it used to be. Including Li Lingfeng and the other higher-ups, the entire Supreme Mystery sect only had around 200 people. In the Eastern Domain, in terms of numbers, they probably couldn't even compare to a third-rate sect. Moreover, the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery sect had only entered the Supreme Mystery sect in the last 100 years. They weren't familiar with Gu Fei. They only knew that he was the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery sect 300 years ago. Among the disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect, there were still many people who hoped that Dongfang Qin would come back to take charge of the Supreme Mystery sect. It had to be known that behind Dongfang Qin was the Dongfang family. As the saying goes, a big tree is a good shade. Only by relying on the Dongfang family could the Supreme Mystery sect have hope of rising. Right now, the eastern region of the Tonglong continent was under the control of 2 superforces. One was the Zhao family of the Huanggu clan, and the other was the Dongfang family that was rapidly rising in the eastern domain. All the great sects in the eastern domain, even the third-rate sects, had either submitted to the Zhao family of the Huanggu clan or to the Dongfang family. Within the Supreme Mystery sect, there were also many people who had thoughts of submitting to one side. If Gu Fei hadn't returned, it wouldn't have been long before the Supreme Mystery sect would have submitted to the Dongfang family. However, with the return of Gu Fei, everything had changed, and it was difficult for Dongfang Qin to control the Supreme Mystery sect. The world was fading away, and the sun and moon were rotating. In the eyes of immortals, the world was the most worthless thing. They had already seen through life and death and could exist forever between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Gu Fei hadn't come out, and Xiaoqing and the others weren't idle either. From time to time, they would lock onto the aura of Dongfang Qin and shoot blood demon arrows. This level of attack was, of course, difficult to kill a top immortal, but it also made Dongfang Qin and the others flustered. They had to be on guard at all times against demon arrows that were suddenly shot at them. Lei Ren flew into a rage. but the purple-robed middle-aged man was still able to maintain his composure. As for Dongfang Qin, he was even more composed than the purple-robed middle-aged man, because he knew that the people who secretly attacked were not the devil cultivator, but the three fellows in the Dragon Valley. 3 months later, Lei Ren and the purple-robed man retreated. They had already faintly felt that the people who were secretly attacking them were in the Dragon Valley. They didn't want to be targets, so they left. Only Dongfang Qin continued to guard outside the valley. At this time, Gu Fei was in the inner world, refining the 9 revolutions. Celestial King Dan with the mountain and river cauldron had reached a critical juncture. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, it began to condense the primal chaos divine flame to refine the spirit liquid. The spirit liquid in the mountain and river cauldron began to emit a dazzling 9-colored divine light. The sound of wind and thunder rang out in the cauldron. On the mountain peak where the mountain and river cauldron was located, there was a multicolored light and auspicious aura lingering around. The heaven and earth sensed it and produced a strange phenomenon. There were already signs of the spirit liquid solidifying into a pill. Gu Fei estimated that in less than half a year, the 9 revolutions Celestial King Dan would be refined. Chapter 771. Rumble. On a mountain peak in Gu Fei's inner world, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. The entire mountain peak was shaking, and the whole world was shaking. All the birds and beasts within 100 miles were alarmed. The 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan were also alarmed. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in front of the mountain and river cauldron. His entire body was glowing with divine light, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Smelling it made one feel comfortable and at peace. It made one feel as if he was ascending to the immortal realm. The chaotic divine fire danced above the mountain and river cauldron. It seemed colorless, but there seemed to be all kinds of colors circulating around it. It was an ancient aura that seemed to come from the prehistoric times, from before the world was created. A vast immortal chi was being nurtured in the cauldron, gradually growing stronger. The auspicious aura was like a dragon, and the celestial glow was like a phoenix. In the sky above the mountain peak, there seemed to be thousands of real dragons dancing, and it also seemed as if there were countless divine phoenixes flying. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, the immortal chi was vast. Sometimes there were soul-shocking sounds of wind and thunder, and sometimes there were the sounds of the sea crashing. There were even the strange sounds of thousands of swords being unsheathed. Gu Fei repeatedly used the God technique to send streams of divine power into the mountain and river cauldron. He carefully controlled the fire, and at the same time he communicated with the cauldron's soul with his divine will. The dragons and phoenixes were auspicious. Above the mountain and river cauldron there was a celestial glow, as if an immortal king had descended. It was a celestial phenomenon. When the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan saw this scene from afar, they were all dumbfounded and shocked. What exactly is master refining? A phenomenon from the sky is extraordinary. The 3 supreme emperors did not dare to approach. The aura emitted by the mountain and river cauldron made them feel a great pressure. It was as if an immortal king was being nurtured in the mountain and river cauldron. The phenomenon in the sky lasted for a total of 81 days. Then, with a celestial sound that sounded like a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry, all the phenomenon disappeared into the mountain and river cauldron. Then, all the ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron of mountain and river seemed to have come to life. The beast souls were awakened and seemed to want to rush out from the cauldron of mountain and river. A mysterious aura was emitted from the mountain and river cauldron. The primal chaos, divine flame in the cauldron began to recede. After 1 year and 9 months, the mountain and river cauldron finally stopped operating. The immortal chi released by the cauldron gradually converged and finally disappeared into the cauldron of mountain and river. Everything returned to normal. Who? Gu Fei let out a long sigh and stood up from the ground. I finally succeeded. Gu Fei could not conceal the joy in his heart as he let out a satisfied smile. 9 revolutions immortal king pill, an ancient godly pill that could raise a cultivator's cultivation base and realm. What exactly did this ancient, divine pill look like? At the mouth of the cauldron of mountain and river, there was a layer of misty, primordial, chaos divine flame that sealed the mouth of the cauldron. Gu Fei was unable to see through the layer of primordial chaos divine flame. His mind was connected to the cauldron's soul. With a thought, the layer of primordial chaos divine flame that sealed the mouth of the cauldron dissipated. However, the moment Gu Fei withdrew the primordial chaos divine flame, his expression changed. Bang! An extremely powerful immortal chi erupted from the cauldron of mountain and river like a volcanic eruption. The cauldron of mountain and river flickered with godly light as the heavens and earth shook. The sound of wind and thunder echoed across the heavens and earth. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, rays of godly light shot out from the cauldron and soared into the sky. Every ray of godly light was wrapped around a 9-colored, godly pill the size of a finger. There was a total of 81 9-colored godly lights and 81 godly pills. The 9-colored lights lit up the heavens and earth. Even the heavens and earth seemed to pale in comparison. The 9 cycles immortal king pill was indeed mystical. It was as though it had a mind of its own and wanted to soar into the sky. However, this was Gu Fei's inner world. Where could the 9 cycles immortal king pill fly to? Humph. Gu Fei gave a cold laugh. He instantly communicated with the heavens and earth, becoming one with the heavens and earth. At this moment, he was the unparalleled god of the heavens and earth. In the outer world, only the super experts of the celestial being realm could become one with the heavens and earth at any time. They could activate the power of the heavens and earth and display the might of the celestial being. In the inner world, Gu Fei was the celestial being. Boom! Gu Fei extended his hand and boundless heaven and earth energy gathered. A huge hand that covered the heavens and earth appeared high up in the sky and grabbed downwards. The huge hand covered the heavens and earth. It was as though night had fallen. 81 godly lights shone brightly in the darkness. The vast power of the giant hand sealed the void. 81 divine rainbows dashed left and right, wanting to rush out. However, these 81 divine rainbows were like 80 trapped dragons, unable to break through the shackles of the giant hand. This scene was incomparably shocking. A gigantic hand covered the heavens and earth as it descended, grabbing all 81 streaks of light in its hand. After the huge hand grabbed the 81 godly lights, it flew back to Gu Fei and gradually shrunk. The sky that was covered by the huge hand appeared once again. Gu Fei took out a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand and kept the 81 9 revolution immortal king pills into the jade bottle. His heart was filled with excitement. With these 9 cycles immortal king pills, he could save Zhao, Zairu, Dan Qinzi, and the others. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't wait any longer. He put away the mountain and river cauldron, opened his inner world, and walked out. Outside was Dongfang Chen's cave in the Dragon Valley. 1 year and 9 months had passed. During this period, no one had entered this place. There was already a layer of dust on the ground. Gu Fei was in seclusion, refining pills. No one dared to disturb him. Rumble! The stone door of the cave slowly opened and Gu Fei walked out. Outside the cave, water was flowing and the surroundings were filled with water vapor. A white waterfall fell from the sky and poured into the deep pool below. Martial Uncle has come out of seclusion. Martial Uncle has come out of seclusion. Suddenly, someone shouted in front of the cave. The voice spread far and wide, echoing in the valley, immediately alarming many people. Gu Fei looked and saw that in front of the cave, on a large rock next to the pool, stood an extremely excited young man in white. Gu Fei had seen that young man in white before. He was one of the 2 young disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect who guarded the entrance of the valley when he returned to the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei remembered that this somewhat skinny young man was called Qi Dongqing, and he was Li Lingfeng's grand disciple. Boss came out of seclusion? Big brother came out of seclusion. He Tian and Xiaoqing's exclamations sounded in front of the Dragon Valley. Then 2 figures rushed over like shooting stars. Chapter 772. Gu Fei coming out of seclusion was a big event. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Taoist all came to the waterfall one after another. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, the talents had withered, and a group of Dongfang Chen's trusted aides had been purged. There were less than 200 people in the entire Supreme Mystery Sect. The person who was the most excited about Gu Fei coming out of seclusion was none other than the medicine Taoist. This was because Gu Fei coming out of seclusion meant that he had successfully refined the 9 revolutions Immortal King Dan. Thinking of this, the medicine Taoist could no longer remain calm, and even his beard began to tremble. "Big brother, you're finally out." Xiaoqing walked forward and hugged Gu Fei. During the time that Gu Fei was in seclusion, they could only guard the Dragon Valley. Dongfang Chen was still wandering outside the Dragon Valley and did not leave. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were all very sullen. They were forced by Dongfang Chen to the point that they did not dare to take a step out of the Dragon Valley. All right, now that Gu Fei had come out, it was Dongfang Chen's turn to be unlucky. "Boss, there's someone outside the valley that you really want to see." He Tian stepped forward and said. The only person who could deal with Dongfang Chen was Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked at Xiaoqing in confusion. "It's Dongfang Chen." Xiaoqing said in a deep voice. He had to admit that Dongfang Chen was very strong. He was the strongest immortal god-level expert he had ever seen, other than Gu Fei. "What?" Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes immediately shot out 2 sharp lights that were like blades, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. That guy actually dared to come back. Was he really not afraid of death? Gu Fei had the urge to rush out and kill, but after pondering for a moment, he forcefully suppressed this urge. He was not in a hurry to settle the score with Dongfang Chen. Right now, it was more important to save people. "You really refined the 9 revolutions, Immortal King Dan?" At this time, the medicine Taoist walked up and said with a trembling voice. It could be seen that he was very excited, so excited that he could not hide his inner emotions. "Of course," Gu Fei answered. It was impossible for others to concoct the 9 revolutions Immortal King pill. That was because other cultivators would never be able to gather the ingredients required to concoct the 9 revolutions Immortal King pill, even if they spent their entire lives. "That's great." The medicine man was so happy that he almost jumped up from the ground. Gu Fei was a bit surprised to see the medicine Taoist so agitated. Even if he could save Zhao Zairu and the others, there was no need for him to act like this. The medicine Taoist seemed to have lost control of his emotions. Go and save them first." Gu Fei didn't think too much about it and directly walked towards the waterfall. He parted the waterfall, opened the stone door of the cave behind the waterfall, and walked in. Everyone followed behind Gu Fei and entered in a line. In the depths of the cave, there was still a world of ice. As far as the eye could see, there was ice everywhere. In the center of the cave, there were 3 transparent coffins emitting cold qi. Without hesitation, the medicine Taoist and the others stepped forward and opened the coffin. After the 3 coffins were opened, the temperature in the cave became even colder. The source of the coldness came from the bodies of the 3 people sleeping in the coffins. Zhao Zairu and the others looked like they were sleeping soundly, but in reality their bodies were sealed by the 1,000-year ice soul. The cold qi in the cave came from their bodies. The medicine Taoist took out a bluish-purple pearl the size of a finger from Zhao Zhu, Dan Chenzi, and Li Hao's mouths. The bluish-purple pearls were enveloped by a layer of misty light. These 3 pearls were the source of the coldness. They were the ice soul pearls refined from the 1,000-year ice soul. The ice soul pearls refined from the 1,000-year ice soul weren't rare treasures in the world. 1,000-year ice soul pearls could be found in a few places on the Tunglong continent. As soon as the ice soul pearls left their bodies, a layer of black chi immediately surged out of the faces of the 3 people in the coffins. A demonic energy fluctuation was emitted from their bodies. Without the suppression of the ice soul pearls, the demonic chi on Zhao Zairu and the others immediately flared up. Seeing this, Gu Fei didn't wait for the medicine Taoist to say anything. He immediately took out a white jade bottle and poured out 3 9-revolution Immortal King pills shrouded in 9-colored spiritual light. Everyone in the cave smelled a faint fragrance. Although the fragrance was weak, everyone who smelled it felt like they were floating in the air. Their hearts were calm, and the spiritual energy in their bodies surged, showing signs of a breakthrough. It's a godly pill indeed. The medicine Taoist's eyes widened when he saw the 3 9-revolution Immortal King pills in Gu Fei's hands. Just a whiff of the scent of the godly pills showed signs of a breakthrough. If one consumed a 9-revolution Immortal King pill, wouldn't he be able to ascend to the heavens? What happened next was very smooth. After Zhao Zairu and the others consumed the 9-revolution Immortal King pills, the demonic chi on their bodies was immediately suppressed. As the medicinal effects of the Immortal King pills spread throughout their bodies, the demonic chi dissipated continuously. Zhao Zairu and the others were shrouded in 9-colored mystical light. Everyone looked anxiously at the 3 people in the ice coffins. No one knew if the 9-revolution Immortal King pills could really save them. No one spoke in the cave. It was so quiet that even the breathing of the others could be heard. Gu Fei stared at the fairy-like beauty in the ice coffin. He could feel the medicinal effects slowly spreading through her body. Her ice-cold body began to glow with vitality. Within the ice coffin, spiritual energy began to fluctuate. Several hours later, the bodies of Zhao Zairu and the others were shrouded in 9-colored mystical light. The ice coffin was shrouded in immortal chi. Everything was happening as expected. After the immortal chi from the 9-revolution Immortal King pills purged the demonic chi from Zhao Zairu and the others, it gradually changed their physiques. However, the process of the immortal chi changing their physiques wasn't fast. Everyone knew that this kind of change in physiques wouldn't be completed so quickly. Even with the immortal chi nourishing the bodies of Zhao Zairu and the others, it was still difficult for them to reach the heavens in a single step. Gu Fei and the others continued to observe for a few more hours. When they didn't see anything strange, they retreated and sealed the cave abode. Under the waterfall, beside the deep pool, Gu Fei poured out 39 revolution Immortal King pills from a white jade bottle. Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan each received 10. After that, he kept 10 for himself and threw the rest of the 9 revolutions Immortal King pills to the medicine Taoist. The medicine Taoist reached out his trembling hand to catch the white jade bottle. My supreme mystery sect is about to rise again. The medicine Taoist hugged the white jade bottle tightly, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it away. Shaoqing bow. After distributing the pills, Gu Fei asked Shaoqing to borrow the bow. Shaoqing patted the storage pouch at his waist, and a blood-colored bow flew out and landed in Shaoqing's hand. Shaoqing handed the bow to Gu Fei. Gu Fei held the bow in his left hand and held the bowstring in his right hand. He took half a step back with his right foot and slowly drew the bow. As the bow was gradually drawn, the essence of heaven and earth frantically gathered toward the bow and Gu Fei. One man and one bow bloomed with brilliant light, illuminating the entire world. Even the sun in the sky seemed to lose its luster. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions, and a blood-dripping demonic arrow condensed on the bowstring, emitting a blazing demonic light. The blood-stained arrowhead was cold and gloomy, and it was glaring red, as if it was a real demonic arrow. Everyone retreated far away when Gu Fei drew the bow. Everyone was trembling in fear. At that moment, Gu Fei was like a dazzling sun. His entire body was surrounded by divine light, and it seemed as if there were raging flames burning around him. Gu Fei's blood and qi were exuberant, and his strength was constantly drawn by the demon bow. Finally, he completely drew the bow, and the blood-dripping demon arrow emitted terrifying fluctuations. Whoosh! When his aura and power reached their peak, Gu Fei let loose and released the arrow. The blood-dripping demon arrow turned into a bloody light that was dozens of kilometers long. It shot high into the sky, piercing through the void and disappearing into the void. The next moment, on a mountain 100 kilometers away from the Dragon Valley, Dongfangqin, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, suddenly felt a great sense of danger. All the pores on his body stood on end. Boom! Chapter 773. Boom! The terrifying blood light pierced through the void, shattered the world, and directly shot down from the sky towards Dongfangqin below. The sky trembled as a big hole was pierced through. Roar! Dongfangqin roared and directly rushed out from the mountain peak. This blood fiend arrow was different from the usual sneak attacks. This arrow was unstoppable and contained great power, which made Dongfangqin feel danger. Bang! Thousands of mountains were directly hit by the blood fiend arrow. The blood fiend arrow was like a destructive demonic light, piercing straight into the mountain peak, causing the earth to shake. Then the entire mountain peak blossomed with rays of bloody light. Boom! It exploded. Immediately, rubble flew through the air and dust flew everywhere. A circle of dust swept in all directions. The whole area was in chaos. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, terrifying to the extreme. Dongfangqin was like a lonely boat in the raging sea, like a withered leaf in the wind. Although he avoided the demonic arrow, he was swept away by the mighty destructive power. Dongfangqin couldn't control his body and was swept away for 7 or 8 li. Dongfangqin barely stabilized his body. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The power of this arrow was earth-shattering. Today's attack was a bit unusual. Dongfangqin was secretly alarmed. Usually, those guys hiding in the Dragon Valley would shoot demonic light blood arrows to ambush him from time to time. However, the power of this arrow today was too strong. Those 3 guys hiding in the Dragon Valley can't shoot such an arrow even if they join forces. Could it be? Gu Fei couldn't help but make a move? Thinking of this, Dongfangqin couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Boom! At this moment, the earth suddenly shattered, and a terrifying destructive blood light rushed out from the earth, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation, piercing towards Dongfangqin. The terrifying blood fiend arrow light that pierced through thousands of meters of the mountain did not dissipate, but continued to shoot towards Dongfangqin. The demonic arrow was indestructible until it hit its target. The terrifying evil energy had already locked onto Dongfangqin. Dongfangqin quickly retreated. At the same time, his left and right eyes shot out 2 immortal and demonic killing lights towards the incoming blood fiend demon arrow. The power of the immortal and demonic was mighty. Clang! The immortal and demonic killing lights collided with the demonic arrows, producing a metallic clanging sound. Then they shattered, unable to shake the terrifying blood light that was more than 10 miles long. Damn it! Dongfangqin roared again and again. While retreating, his hands moved in front of him. Immortal devil power surged out from his hands, forming an immortal devil vortex, trying to block the blood fiend demon arrow. Bang! 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 The immortal demon whirlpool couldn't stop the blood fiend demon arrow. It was pierced by the blood fiend demon arrow and shattered. Inside the bloodlight, the blood fiend demon arrow still flew towards Dongfang Qin. Dongfang Qin had no choice. The demonic arrow contained great power and was difficult to destroy. He gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and spat out a scroll in front of him. Vaguely, a world seemed to be faintly discernible within the unfurled ancient scroll. Vaguely, one could see the earth, mountains, rivers, and lakes. Boom! The blood fiend demon arrow that was more than 10 miles long directly pierced forward. It was unstoppable and unexpectedly shot into the world above the ancient scroll. The blood fiend demon arrow was actually absorbed into the ancient scroll. Inside the ancient scroll, there seemed to be a world. A mountain range collapsed under the blood fiend demon arrow. The scroll trembled and became hazy. It was a world that seemed real and illusory, but it sealed the blood fiend demon arrow. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from the hazy world above the ancient scroll. In that world, there were flashes of lightning and divine rainbows. The power of the ancient scroll was erasing the blood fiend demon arrow. Soon, the blood-red light emitted by the blood fiend demon arrow completely dimmed. Humph! I didn't expect to use the mountain and river diagram. Is the person who made this move really Gufei? The ancient scroll that was spread out gradually closed, and the blood fiend demon arrow inside was erased by the power of the ancient scroll. At this time, in the Dragon Valley under the waterfall, Gufei pulled back the demon bow again. Endless spiritual qi was drawn in, and the blood fiend demon arrow once again condensed on the bowstring. Gufei's qi and blood were as vigorous as a real dragon. The essence of his body was surging, constantly pouring into the demon bow. This demon bow seemed to have a strange power that could absorb all kinds of power. A terrifying aura spread throughout the Dragon Valley. All the disciples of the Taishan sect were terrified, and the whole valley shook. One man and one bow seemed to have become the only thing in the world. Even He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balon hid far away. Swish! Gufei shot out another arrow. The blood fiend demon arrow shot into the sky. This time it did not shoot into the void, but directly shot into the sky, flying out of the Dragon Valley. Like a blood-colored divine rainbow, the blood fiend demon arrow left behind a blood-colored demonic light that was more than 10 miles long. It cut through the void, emitting a terrifying wave of demonic power, and suddenly disappeared in the sky above the Dragon Valley. At this time, Dongfang Qin had just used the mountain and river diagram to collect the blood fiend demon arrow. Before he could catch his breath, an extremely dangerous aura shrouded him again. Swish! A blood-colored light shot out from the direction of the Dragon Valley. When Dongfang Qin saw this scene, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The other party was too hateful, using his own demon weapon to deal with him. Swish! The ancient scroll that was put away was spread out again. A hazy world appeared in the picture, blocking the sky and the earth, and a powerful aura spread out. Rumble! The ancient scroll was shaking, and the hazy world in the scroll gradually became clear. There was the power of heaven and earth coming out from that side of the world, as if a real world was sealed in the ancient scroll. Boom! The blood-dripping devil arrow pierced into the world above the ancient scroll. The mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas crumbled. The blood-dripping devil arrow displayed great power, almost piercing through the world above the ancient scroll. The world shook, the mountains collapsed, and the power of heaven and earth was vast. The blood fiend arrow was sealed in the ancient scroll, and the blood-colored light gradually dimmed, and then gradually disappeared. The mountain and river diagram was definitely an amazing relic. It could actually resist the demon bow. It should be known that the demon bow in Gufei's hand was an almighty holy weapon left by a demon path almighty. This mountain and river diagram was probably also a holy relic, otherwise it would be impossible for it to have the power to resist the demon bow. Let's see what you can do to me. Dongfang Qin stood high in the sky with the map in his hand, proudly looking towards the Dragon Valley. His gaze pierced through the void as if he could see Gu Fei in the Dragon Valley 100 miles away. Chapter 774. Today's weather is not bad. Gu Fei looked up at the sky and saw that the sun was shining brightly. There were no clouds in the sky, and the wind was gentle. He handed the magic bow in his hand to Shaoqing, then soared into the sky and flew out of the Dragon Valley. Hee, Dongfang Chen's time of death has come. He Tian watched Gu Fei's figure disappear into the sky and murmured, his eyes bursting with a fierce divine light. I can't miss this battle, Baron said. Then he soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Let's go. At a time like this, how can I be left out? He Tian said, turned into a black and white divine light, and disappeared in place. Shaoqing also rushed out of the Dragon Valley with the magic bow in his hand. Dongfang Chen was known to be invincible among those of the same level, and Gu Fei was also invincible among those of the same level. Who was truly invincible among those of the same level should be decided today. After the medicine man put away the 9-turned Celestial King pill, he could not help but let out a long sigh, shook his head, and looked a little sad. Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen were both the most outstanding disciples of the Taishan sect. They were the top 2 immortal level figures in the Taishan sect. If these 2 people could cooperate, it would definitely not be a problem for the Taishan sect to rise again. But Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen had unexpectedly become irreconcilable enemies. Looking at this situation between the 2 of them, perhaps only one could survive. Li Lingfeng and Zi, you were very helpless. This kind of situation was something they absolutely did not want to see. The 2 most outstanding disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect were about to engage in a life and death battle. Let's also go and see. The medicine man hesitated for a moment before saying, Li Lingfeng and Zi, you looked at each other, then nodded. The 3 of them soared into the sky and chased in the direction where Gu Fei and the others had disappeared. In the Supreme Mystery sect, there were still many experts of the void-controlling realm. Of course, these people would not miss this battle, so they immediately flew out of the Dragon Valley. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen were fighting. They didn't say anything. Only killing each other was their only goal. The 2 figures moved quickly in the sky, and the remnant might that descended from the sky caused the trees below to continuously collapse. The sky trembled, and the heavens and earth were pierced through. Yin-yang seal of life and death. Gu Fei bellowed angrily and formed a seal with both hands. The power of yin and yang surged out from the seal and interweaved with each other. Bam! A huge black and white seal appeared high up in the sky like a mountain, giving off a boundless pressure. It pressed down from the sky, causing the entire void to collapse. This was a combat skill that Gu Fei had recently mastered, which was powered by the power of yin and yang. The power of yin and yang in the world was drawn, gathering from all directions. The yin and yang seal displayed great power, almost smashing a hole in the world. Roar! Immortal King moves the 9 heavens. Under the Great Seal, Dongfang Chen felt a great threat. He crazily urged his immortal magic power. Rays of divine light lingered around his body, and a 10,000 feet tall phantom appeared from his body. At this moment, Dongfang Chen was like an immortal king from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. His immortal might shook the world, showing supreme majesty. Bam! He directly slapped upwards, and the 10,000 feet tall phantom of the immortal king also moved. Following Dongfang Chen's action, it also slapped upwards. The spirit energy of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of miles was attracted and gathered crazily. The 10,000 feet tall phantom, like an immortal king striking the sky, shattered the void in an instant. The immortal magic power was monstrous, forming a terrifying destructive force, facing the yin and yang seal that was pressing down from the sky. Rumble, the yin and yang seal collided with the palm of the 10,000 feet tall phantom. It was like two ancient divine mountains colliding violently, producing an incomparably shocking sound. The earth and the sky began to tremble. Spatial cracks spread out like black lightning. The aftershocks from the sky caused all the trees within a radius of several dozen kilometers to collapse in an instant. The earth split open, forming hideous fissures in the ground. The yin and yang seal collapsed in the void, and the 10,000 feet tall phantom that emerged from Dongfang Chen's body also dissipated. His body trembled violently, almost falling from the sky. He suffered a great impact. At this time, Shaoqing and the others had already arrived nearby. No one dared to approach. Gu Fei and Dongfang Qin were like two divine kings fighting, causing people's hearts to palpitate. "Who do you think will win?" He Tian said. "Dongfang Chen's immortal and demon body. His strength is so strong that it can be said that he is invincible in the same realm. It is not difficult for him to kill ordinary immortal gods. And Gu Fei became an immortal through martial arts. His battle power is unparalleled. He is also an existence that can dominate the same realm. It is really hard to say who will win and who will lose when these two amazing characters fight together. The winner must be Big Brother," Shaoqing said with an incomparably firm tone. "He is very clear that Gu Fei is a martial artist, moreover a martial immortal. Gu Fei's battle power is already able to compete with the existence of the profound transformation realm. Both of them are very terrifying." Balan stared at the two figures high in the sky and said in a deep voice, "Again." Gu Fei let out a roar and threw out a punch. A dazzling golden light blossomed on his fist, as if a golden sun had appeared in the sky. The power of the metal element in all directions was attracted and gathered towards Gu Fei's fist, causing the power of this punch to multiply. The violent power is monstrous. The sky seems to be collapsing from this punch. Yin-yang transforms into the 5 elements. The 5 elements transforms into yin-yang. Although Gu Fei has cultivated the yin-yang martial body, the power of yin-yang and the 5 elements can be changed at any time. Shua! Dongfang Qin opened his mouth and spat out a simple and unadorned divine saber. The saber energy is lingering, and there is a flickering divine light. It met the fist of Gu Fei. Boom! The golden fist bloomed with golden light, like a golden sun falling from the sky. It directly smashed the divine saber, and its momentum did not decrease. It still bombarded Dongfang Qin. This, Dongfang Chen's heart trembled. That divine saber is a divine tool refined by a super expert of the heaven realm. The blade is also branded with Dao runes, but it was smashed by Gu Fei's fist. How much power does this need? How strong does Gu Fei's body need to be? The power of Gu Fei's fist is so strong that Dongfang Qin feels as if the whole world is pressing down on him. He is strong to this extent. Dongfang Qin can't help but be shocked. True immortal domain. He shouted and displayed another kind of divine ability. Endless immortal spirit light rushed out from Dongfang Chen's body. The whole world seems to be still. The immortal spirit light shrouded the whole void. The unpredictable power isolated this part of the world, as if a part of the world was cut out from the big world. Gu Fei's movements became incomparably slow. The punch that he blasted out became slow. Although it was not completely imprisoned, the power and speed were greatly affected. In this part of the world, shrouded by the immortal spirit light, Dongfang Chen's combat power doubled. He flashed and arrived above Gu Fei. Chapter 7, 75. Bam! Dongfang Chen's lightning palm fiercely bombarded the top of Gu Fei's head. The power of thunder and lightning suddenly erupted. Dongfang Chen's entire right hand turned into the hand of the thunder god. A mighty aura of destruction spread out. Although it was the most ordinary technique, when it was used by Dongfang Qin, it displayed a terrifying power. The lightning that burst out from Dongfang Chen's hand tore through the void. The entire true immortal domain that was shrouded by the immortal spirit light was shaking violently. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His entire body surged with blood energy, like a huge dragon rushing out of his body, blocking all the lightning that shrouded his body. An extremely powerful force spread out from his body. The dazzling yin-yang divine light lingered around his body. The violent force shook the heaven and earth. Dongfang Qin was blown away by this force. He was horrified. His right hand seemed to have hit an incomparably hard divine iron. It didn't directly kill Gu Fei as expected. Instead, his palm was shaken to the point of pain. Dongfang Qin never thought that Gu Fei's body would be so strong to an unbelievable degree. Gu Fei's skull was even harder than divine iron. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a god or a devil. Dongfang Qin's palm completely angered him. The yin-yang energy lingered around his body like a yin-yang divine flame. He glared at Dongfang Qin and then stepped forward in the void. Boom! 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 Gu Fei was like an ancient god walking. At this moment, Dongfang Qin's true immortal domain couldn't hold him anymore. With every step he took, the entire true immortal domain shook as if it could collapse at any time. Dongfang Qin's face turned pale. The strength of the opponent was far beyond his imagination. Even the true immortal domain couldn't affect the opponent. Gu Fei didn't say anything. His murderous aura was like a rainbow. He directly broke the true immortal domain with one palm. Countless immortal spirit light disappeared. It was like a celestial being smashed a part of the world. Wow! Dongfang Qin spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out from the true immortal domain. Gu Fei's casual palm seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. I will prove my Tao with strength and break all laws with my martial arts. Today will be the day you die. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. He was incomparably powerful. Using the 8 desolate steps, with just one step, he caught up to Dongfang Qin, who was flying backwards. Bam! He took a step forward, and the 8 steps of extreme speed instantly turned into the live slay method. With a single step, the entire sky trembled. Endless power surged under Gu Fei's feet. The void collapsed, and the destructive power surged towards Dongfang Qin below. Roar! Tao Body Seed Demon, Immortal Demon Fusion. Dongfang Qin roared ferociously. Devil immortal power surged out from his body. At this time, he had no choice but to go all out. Both of his hands moved as the immortal and demonic energy surged out from his hands, intertwining with each other. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky, heading towards Gu Fei's big foot. Rumble! The spirit energy of heaven and earth in all directions was attracted, crazily converging towards the terrifying whirlpool in the sky. A terrifying aura emanated from the whirlpool, vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Bam! The immortal demon whirlpool that could once devour the blood fiend arrow was crushed by Gu Fei's foot. The immortal and demonic power dissipated, and Dongfang Qin was directly trampled down from the sky. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. The earth shook. Dongfang Qin descended from the sky. The powerful force smashed a bottomless pit on the ground below. Immortal and demonic fusion. Dongfang Qin, who was invincible in the same realm, was firmly suppressed by Gu Fei and actually didn't seem to have the strength to fight back. In the distant sky, Shaoqing and the others who saw this scene couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Although they knew that Gu Fei would win, they never thought that Dongfang Qin would be defeated so thoroughly. Shaoqing and the others knew how powerful Dongfang Qin was. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be Dongfang Qin's opponent. Being invincible in the same realm wasn't a lie. One had to admit that Dongfang Qin was really unlucky. He met Gu Fei, who was even more abnormal than him. Yin-yang seal of life and death. Gu Fei shouted in a low voice and formed a seal with both hands. Yin and yang energy surged out from the seal, and endless heaven and earth energy was also forcibly gathered. Boom! The void shook, and a black and white seal as big as a mountain appeared high in the sky, then pressed down. Above the seal, the yin and yang energy intertwined, as if there was a trace of the Tao flowing around. Gu Fei spent day and night comprehending the Tao imprint branded in his heart, and his cultivation became more profound. Dongfang Qin is finished. How can he be boss's opponent? What a pity! Seeing this scene, Shaoqing and the others knew that Dongfang Qin was probably finished unless an immortal king or divine king of the mysterious transformation realm came to save him. However, just as the yin-yang seal fell from the sky, there was a shwa sound and a divine light rushed up from the ground. An ancient scroll was wrapped in the divine light. The scroll unfurled without a sound and quickly grew larger, enveloping the entire world. Within the scroll, the power of the world surged out, and a hazy world appeared on top of the scroll. This is... Gu Fei was taken aback. There seemed to be a world sealed inside this ancient scroll. One could clearly see the mountains, rivers, lakes, and even the birds and beasts walking in the depths of the forest. He discovered that this ancient scroll was very similar to the earth ancestor devil in Tian's heaven-devouring devil earth. However, in Tian's heaven-devouring devil earth was a devil earth, while this ancient scroll was a god diagram. Regardless of whether it was a divine diagram or a devil diagram, Gu Fei activated the yin-yang seal and directly smashed it down from the sky. A terrifying force crushed the world. He wanted to use absolute strength to break this divine diagram. Swish! Divine light flickered. When the yin-yang seal fell from the sky like an immemorial mountain and smashed into the divine diagram, a divine light rushed out of the divine diagram and swallowed the yin-yang seal into it. The divine diagram trembled, and the heaven and earth energy surged. The yin-yang seal that was swallowed into the world collapsed, and the yin-yang seal was actually absorbed by the divine diagram. After swallowing the yin-yang seal, the mountain river diagram soared into the sky, and a heaven-devouring force appeared on the diagram. The void collapsed, and the heaven and earth seemed to be swallowed into the diagram. Damn it! Gu Fei was enveloped by a powerful force and couldn't resist it. In a flash, he was sucked into the mountain river diagram. Huh! Gu Fei, to think that you would have such a day. Weren't you very arrogant? Continue to be arrogant. Dongfang Qin soared into the sky and laughed. Gu Fei was definitely dead after being sucked into the mountain river diagram. The mountain river diagram was a divine artifact refined by an ancient sage. It could swallow the heaven and earth. After being sucked into the divine diagram, Gu Fei's life and death were in the hands of Dongfang Qin. The ancient sage sealed a part of the heaven and earth inside the divine diagram and refined this divine diagram into a divine artifact. It possessed great power and was equivalent to half a divine artifact. This, Chapter 776. Huh, Gu Fei, you're dead for sure. Dongfang Qin laughed heartily. This old enemy had finally fallen into his hands. This grudge had finally ended with his victory. He was really too happy and excited. He was happier than obtaining any heaven-defying cultivation method or heaven and earth spirit that could improve his cultivation and strength. Thinking back, Gu Fei had always been a big stone in his heart. Now that this big stone had been removed, Dongfang Qin felt a sense of relief. In the battle with Gu Fei, he had never won. He had always been suppressed by Gu Fei. This sullen feeling could finally be released. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again in the mountain and river diagram. He raised his hand to break the sky, stepped on the ground, and cracked the earth. He pierced through the heaven and earth. The mountains collapsed and the rivers flowed backwards. The small world in the mountain and river diagram was destroyed beyond recognition by him. However, no matter how ruthless Gu Fei was, he could not break out of the little world and escape from the little world in the diagram, no matter how hard he tried. he found that there was really a small world in the diagram. Moreover, it was probably a world before the primordial era. In this world, there were unknown savage beasts walking, and an ancient and vicissitude aura lingered in this world. Gu Fei was very shocked. This was not an illusory world, but a real world. Someone had sealed a real small world on an ancient scroll and turned it into a mountain and river diagram. This was definitely an incredible sacred object. Except for the ancient Almighty, no one could refine such a sacred object. Gu Fei found that this side of the world seemed to be fundamentally different from the outside world. There were also the laws of the primordial era here. Roar! Gu Fei roared towards the sky. The roar shook the mountains and rivers. It actually came out of the mountain and river diagram and lingered over the mountains outside. Even the heaven and earth power in the diagram could not block it. Boss! Big brother! In the distant sky, Shaoqing and He Tian's expressions changed. Only the Qilin King Balan was calm and composed. He knew that Gu Fei had an extreme saint weapon. That ancient scroll might not be able to trap him. Humph! Your final struggle is futile, Dongfang Qin sneered. In fact, he was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei was too powerful. He had to admit that this guy was invincible in the same realm. Dongfang Qin then sat cross-legged on the ancient scroll. His body erupted with divine immortal light, drawing upon the power of the mountain and river diagram, wanting to use the mountain and river diagram to refine his mortal enemy. Rumble! The small world in the painting immediately shook, and the primordial laws appeared. Purple lightning descended from the sky, and the wind and clouds changed color. Earth, water, fire, and wind appeared around Gu Fei. Damn it! In the distant sky, Shaoqing pulled the devil bow. The spirit qi between the heaven and earth immediately gathered towards the devil bow. The devil bow emitted a bright blood light, and the devil qi was vast and mighty. As the bowstring was pulled back, a blood, fiend demonic arrow appeared on the bow. It emitted a towering, baleful aura. A sea of blood seemed to appear around the man and the bow, with countless blood-colored, demonic shadows faintly discernible. Shaoqing wanted to save Gu Fei. He Tian and Balan did not make a move. Their battle experience was incomparable to Shaoqing's. Gu Fei still had a killer weapon that he had not used, so they were not in a hurry. However, these two guys did not stop Shaoqing. Swoosh! The blood arrow flew across the sky, piercing through the void. There were blood-colored devil shadows lingering around, as if there were thousands of creatures struggling and roaring in the sea of blood. Humph! If you want to court death, I'll grant your wish. Dongfang Qin sneered. He did not make any movements. The blood fiend devil arrow shot by Shaoqing could not even get close to him. It was swallowed by the divine diagram into the world within the diagram. Shwa! The divine diagram expanded infinitely, and the power of heaven and earth surged out. The small world within the diagram seemed to appear in the outside world, enveloping Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan. The mountain and river diagram was a terrifying sacred object refined by the ancient saints. It was equivalent to half an extreme Tao saint artifact. It possessed great power and had the power to devour the heavens. Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan felt their bodies tighten, as if they were caught in an invisible net. They flew forward involuntarily. The three of them were so shocked that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. They used all their power to resist this power. Dragon energy, yin-yang energy, and fire energy of the 5 elements surged violently. The entire void was shaken by the power of Shaoqing and the others. However, no matter how Shaoqing and the others struggled and desperately resisted, they were still pulled forward by that power. The mountain and river diagram was Dongfang Chen's last trump card. He would never reveal it unless he had no other choice. In order to kill Gu Fei, he could only use this half of the extreme Tao Saint artifact in his hand. It must be known that the sacred object refined by the ancient saints was something that even the Almighty of the present world would covet. If someone knew that Dongfang Chen had the mountain and river diagram, there would definitely be someone who would snatch it. In the cultivation world, it was not uncommon for blood to flow like a river for a divine object. Gu Fei was also very careful not to let others know that he had the extreme Tao Saint artifact. If others knew that he had 5 extreme Tao Saint artifacts, it would be a disaster for Gu Fei. Perhaps the entire cultivation world would go crazy and all the forces of the remote antiquity would be jealous. At that time, even the almighty old tortoise of the demon clan would not be able to protect Gu Fei. Just when Shaoqing and the others were about to be taken into the mountain and river diagram, the entire mountain and river diagram suddenly shook violently. A shocking sword chi directly penetrated from the mountain and river diagram. Even the ancient world in the diagram could not block this sword chi. Buzz! Like the roars of dragons, like the cries of phoenixes, the screams of swords filled the 9 heavens. Towering sword chi filled this area of the supreme ancient immortal realms. The mountains and rivers were collapsing. The lakes and seas were boiling. This Dongfang Chen turned pale with fright. An unparalleled sword chi penetrated from the divine diagram, causing his whole body to feel cold. His body shook violently, and he almost fell from the divine diagram. The power of the mountain and river diagram was suppressed. A great pressure shook everyone's mind. Shaoqing and the others only felt their bodies become light. They couldn't help but be overjoyed. They quickly broke the power of the mountain and river diagram and rushed out. Swish! At this moment, a sword light more dazzling than the sun suddenly appeared in the mountain and river diagram. The purple sword light rushed up to thousands of meters, breaking through the layers of power of the ancient world. The earth, water, fire, wind, and the endless sea of thunder instantly dissipated like ice and snow. Chi! Like a fine silk cloth being cut by a sharp knife, the purple sword light actually rushed out from the ancient world in the mountain and river diagram. Wherever the sword light went, there was nothing it could not cut. Where the sword light pointed, even the ancient world that was refined into the mountain and river diagram by the power of the ancient saints was cut open by this sword light. The entire sky seemed to be cut in half by this purple sword light. Dongfang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above the divine diagram, was hit by the sword chi. His whole body was like a broken sack, and his whole body splashed out blood. He suffered a great impact, and his body almost collapsed. He almost died. Chapter 777. Buzz! A purple sword light circled above Gu Fei's head like a huge dragon, emitting a terrifying aura that could shock the world. In the distant sky, Shaoqing and the others almost knelt down. This kind of pressure was too powerful. Even immortals couldn't bear it. This was the power of an extreme saint artifact. Moreover, this wasn't the power of an extreme saint artifact. If it was displayed, it wouldn't be as simple as 1,000 zhang long crack on the mountain and river diagram. The purple gold divine sword broke through the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram was worthy of being a saint artifact refined by an ancient almighty. Although it was cut, it was still not destroyed. An ancient scroll was shaking. The aura of the ancient world rippled, and the mountain and river diagram was shrinking. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the ancient scroll was in his hand. On the ancient scroll, an ancient world was faintly discernible. A spatial crack on it was gradually repairing. This saint artifact had the ability to repair itself. Gu Fei had 5 extreme saint artifacts in his hands. Although this mountain and river diagram was a saint artifact, it was nothing to Gu Fei. He put away the mountain and river diagram. Although he didn't need it, he could give it to others. One had to know that a saint artifact refined by an ancient almighty was something that even the ancient desolate forces would covet. There weren't many extreme saint artifacts in the world. They could be counted on 2 hands. Even the ancient, desolate forces probably didn't have any extreme saint artifacts. However, these forces definitely had a saint artifact refined by an ancient almighty. If the mountain and river diagram was obtained by other great sects, it would definitely become their sect's most precious treasure. Dongfang Qin, it's time to end the grudge between us. Gu Fei stared at Dongfang Qin and said coldly, now that he had used an extreme saint artifact. Dongfang Qin had no hope. Roar, I'm unwilling. You actually have an extreme saint artifact. Dongfang Qin had already become a bloody man. His body was cracked and his soul was shaken. He had suffered a great impact. The pressure of a divine tool of the extreme path was not something that an immortal god could resist. Although Dongfang Qin was not truly struck by the purple-gold divine sword, the sword chi that came from the mountain and river diagram almost destroyed his body and soul. Humph! Even if we don't use our sacred artifacts, can you defeat me? What a joke! Gu Fei sneered. Even if Dongfang Qin cultivated this kind of evil method, he is still not his opponent. Gu Fei, you don't have the right to kill me. Dongfang Qin said angrily. He stared at Gu Fei fiercely. If looks could kill, Gu Fei would have died countless times already. Although Dongfang Qin was defeated, he did not despair. Don't count on anyone to save you, and don't count on escaping. Gu Fei said coldly. The might of the extreme Tao, saint, tool, suppressed a part of the world. Even if Dongfang Qin's evil arts were unparalleled, he would not be able to escape at this time. Roar! Dongfang Qin roared angrily. The immortal devil power surged out from his body and instantly enveloped him. Swish! Dongfang Qin turned around and fled. Only a fool would not flee. He wanted to teleport, but he found that this part of the world had been sealed. The might of the extreme Tao Saint tool was vast and mighty, and he could not teleport at all. Damn it! Dongfang Qin was frightened. Swish! He opened his mouth and spat out an ancient scroll. The ancient scroll unfolded in front of him. The ancient scroll flickered with divine light, and there was a vast and mighty immortal Tao power. Dongfang Qin wanted to use the power sealed in the ancient scroll to teleport and escape. However, although the ancient scroll flickered with divine light, the immortal Tao power sealed in the ancient scroll was suppressed and did not rush out. The pressure emitted by the extreme Tao Saint tool suppressed everything, and the ancient scroll lost its effect. Run. Just run. Gu Fei unhurriedly caught up from behind and said contemptuously. Above his head, the purple-gold divine sword released an endless pressure, suppressing all directions. Dongfang Qin repeatedly used his mysterious technique, wanting to break the void and escape into the void. However, no matter how many divine abilities he used, all kinds of forbidden techniques and magic treasures were ineffective. You can die now. Gu Fei's words came from behind, and then a bright purple divine light descended from the sky. Like a giant dragon, it strangled Dongfang Qin. Roar! Dongfang Qin roared again and again, desperately throwing out several magic treasures. There was a spear covered in demonic energy, a divine sword covered in immortal energy. All of them were rare treasures in the immortal Tao and demonic Tao. However, where the purple light passed, the demonic spear broke into 2 pieces, turned into stubborn iron, and fell from the sky. The divine sword covered in immortal energy was shattered into thousands of pieces, like fluorescent light in the void. This was the sword light emitted by the extreme Tao Saint tool, the purple-gold divine sword. It was invincible and could destroy everything. Swish! Just as the purple sword light was about to strangle Dongfang Qin, a figure suddenly rushed out from Dongfang Qin's body without warning, blocking in front of Dongfang Qin. Gu Fei was taken aback, but then he realized that it was not a real person, but a shadow without a body of blood. A powerful aura that made people's heart palpitate spread out from the figure. Boom! The shadow directly made a move, stretched out his big hand, and pressed forward. The whole world trembled violently actually blocking the power of the extreme Tao Saint tool. Bang! The big hand directly hit the purple sword light falling from the sky, and the illusory figure blurred, almost dissipating in the void. This illusory figure was incomparably powerful. Every movement of his could shake heaven and earth, like a celestial being standing between heaven and earth, giving people a strong sense of oppression. "Ancestor, save me." As soon as Dongfang Qin saw the figure, he immediately knelt down. At this time, he had already lost his calm, and he couldn't care so much. The other party had the extreme Tao Saint tool in hand. If they wanted to kill him, it would be easy. Young man, where it is possible to forgive people, one should forgive people. Above the illusory figure, a powerful spiritual fluctuation spread out, and the voice sounded from Gu Fei's heart. This was an incarnation. A super expert planted a wisp of divine incarnation in Dongfang Chen's body. When Dongfang Chen's life was threatened, this wisp of incarnation would appear. Humph! It's just an incarnation of divine will, pretending to be mysterious. Gu Fei sneered. He had already seen that this was the divine will of a super expert in the celestial being realm. This Dongfang Qin actually had a celestial being protecting him. Could it be that the Dongfang family has a celestial being? Gu Fei thought. Buzz. Chapter 778. The other party was only a celestial clone. If the celestial had come personally, Gu Fei would still be a bit afraid, but Gu Fei was not afraid of a clone. Whoosh! 9 rays of purple sword light, like 9 huge dragons, fell from the sky, strangling the celestial clone and Dongfang Qin. The power of the divine tool made the world pale. The terrifying sword qi fluctuations of the 9 rays of sword light made Shaoqing and the others, who were far away in the sky, pale. Their minds were shaken, and they almost fell from the sky. In front of the divine tool, immortals and gods were just ants. If it displayed the power of the divine tool, even immortals and gods would have to lie down, and the world would be crushed and pierced. On top of a mountain dozens of miles away, a group of people were already lying on the ground, trembling with fear. These were the experts of the Supreme Mystery Sect who came out of the Dragon Valley. Even Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the Medicine Taoist, who was in the Supreme Saint realm, were lying on the ground under the pressure of the divine tool, terrified. This kind of fear was born from the depths of their souls. Humph! The celestial clone moved. In the face of the attack of the divine tool, perhaps even the most powerful cultivators would be moved, let alone immortals and gods. Whoosh! The space where the celestial clone and Dongfang Qin were suddenly distorted, and then the next moment the celestial clone and Dongfang Qin appeared in the sky several miles away. Under the suppression of the divine tool, you can still teleport? Gu Fei saw this and was shocked. The celestial clone seemed to be very powerful, and it actually rushed out of the encirclement of the 9 rays of sword light with Dongfang Qin. Today, no one can save Dongfang Qin. Gu Fei said coldly. He used the desolate steps, and with just 1 step he had already caught up. 9 rays of purple light, like 9 huge dragons, immediately flew across the sky, and then fell towards the celestial clone and Dongfang Qin. The sword light shattered the void, cut apart the world, and was invincible. The whole world seemed to be collapsing. Celestial being realm cultivators had incredible skills, but under the suppression of the power of the extreme Tao Saint tool, they were still affected. Teleporting only allowed him to traverse several li. If he had been somewhere else, without the suppression of an extreme sage artifact, even his celestial clone would have been able to teleport over 10,000 li away. Considering how strong Gu Fei was, he couldn't unleash the full might of a saint item of the extreme Tao. Otherwise, let alone a Deva clone, he could even kill a Deva with a single sword strike. Bam! The celestial doppelganger raised his hand and slapped upwards. The sky above his head suddenly collapsed, and a pitch-black hole appeared high in the sky. Boom! The black hole enveloped a part of the world and produced a heaven-devouring power, wanting to devour the 9 rays of purple sword light that descended from the sky into the black hole. The celestial doppelganger raised his hand to break the sky. Perhaps even a peerless figure in the mysterious transformation realm would not be a match for this clone. High up in the sky, the clouds were being sucked into the black hole. However, the 9 beams of sword light pierced through the black hole as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and continued on toward the celestial clone, their momentum not affected in the slightest. It's an extreme sage artifact. Could it be the legendary divine sword? The celestial doppelganger said in shock. He seemed to have figured out the origin of the violet gold divine sword. Let's go. The celestial doppelganger smashed the sky, then grabbed Dongfang Chen with one hand and directly threw him into the shattered void. At this moment, the 9 rays of sword light descended from the sky and merged together, instantly destroying the celestial doppelganger. The power of the extreme sage artifact was not something a celestial doppelganger could contend against. Just as the celestial doppelganger was destroyed, an earth-shattering roar came from a mountain range in the depths of the eastern mountain range that was surrounded by immortal chi. Suddenly, the mountains shook and countless birds were startled. In the mountain range surrounded by immortal chi, there were many pavilions and pagodas. At this time, many people rushed out of those pavilions and pagodas. What happened? It's the ancestor. Why is the ancestor angry? The cultivators in the immortal mountains were all indescribably shocked. They did not understand why their ancestor suddenly became angry. The roar shook the mountains, and everyone was shocked. Boom! Boundless power of the immortal path was surging. The powerful force shook the heavens and the earth. An extremely terrifying and powerful aura spread out in all directions. A terrifying figure rushed out of the immortal region, surrounded by more than 10 rays of divine light, like a divine rainbow, as if Emperor Xian had descended. Whoosh! The figure directly disappeared above the mountains, and the terrifying pressure suddenly retreated. The cultivators in the immortal region all felt their bodies lighten. Ancestor! On top of a mountain, there stood a few white-haired old men. The old men all looked at the sky in shock. They did not know what had happened. At this time, in the sky 100 miles away from the Dragon Valley, Gu Fei held the purple gold divine sword of the extreme path in his hand. With a slash of the sword, it directly broke the void in front of him, and Dongfang Chen, who had escaped into the void, came out. Gu Fei, you can't kill me. Dongfang Chen roared in horror. His life was threatened, and he had completely lost the calmness he should have. Why can't I kill you? Gu Fei stood high in the sky, pointing the sword at Dongfang Chen, and said with a smile that was not a smile, the grievances of many years could finally be settled today. If you kill me, the ancestor of my Dongfang family will never let you go, and even the Supreme Mystery Sect will be buried with you. Dongfang Chen roared. Under the pressure of the extreme path saint weapon, he did not even dare to think of escaping. Oh! When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but frown. He had already vaguely guessed that the person who planted a divine sense clone in Dongfang Chen's body was probably the ancestor of the Dongfang family. Seeing that Gu Fei was a little hesitant, Dongfang Chen thought that his words had caused the other party to have some scruples, and could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. As long as you let me go, the grievances between you and me will be written off. Dongfang Chen took the opportunity to say. Gu Fei looked at Dongfang Chen, and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. When Dongfang Chen saw this, his heart suddenly beat violently. This is bad. Do you still naively think that you can still live? I will wait for your ancestor in the Supreme Mystery Sect. After saying that, Gu Fei waved his sword. Gu Fei, you can't, Shua. Where the sword light passed, Dongfang Chen's voice suddenly broke, and the void was cut like a piece of cloth. A dark space crack spread thousands of feet away, and a head fell down. Blood, with a little bit of blood sprayed out. The blood of the immortal god was different from the blood of mortals. Bang! Gu Fei blasted out a palm and directly slapped the head into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating in the void. His old enemy Dongfang Qin finally died in his own hands. Chapter 779. Gu Fei cut off Dongfang Chen's head with one sword strike, and then blasted it into a cloud of blood mist that drifted into the void. His head was blown up, and, of course, his Naiwen palace was destroyed in an instant. Dongfang Chen's soul would also be blasted apart. Swish! A purple gold sword Qi fell from the sky, like a big dragon, and strangled the headless body of Dongfang Chen. In an instant, Dongfang Chen's immortal demon body was turned into flying ashes, not even leaving a trace of blood residue. This time, Dongfang Chen's body and soul were truly destroyed. Both the immortal fairy and the devil child did not escape, and were killed by Gu Fei's saint weapon, the purple gold divine sword. The grievances between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen were finally resolved. However, what Gu Fei did not know was that he had already caused a great deal of trouble. Dongfang Chen was the most outstanding member of the Dongfang family, and in the Dongfang family he had a pivotal position. In the Dongfang family, there were already many people who regarded Dongfang Chen as the successor of the next patriarch of the Dongfang family. The ancestor of the Dongfang family, who had just woken up from a deep sleep, also attached great importance to Dongfang Chen. Now that Gu Fei had killed Dongfang Chen, this was simply killing the future patriarch of the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family would never let this go. Just as Gu Fei killed Dongfang Chen, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. Gu Fei could not help but change his expression. Go back to the Dragon Valley. Gu Fei put away the purple gold divine sword, took a step forward, and appeared beside Shaoqing and the others. Then, with a wave of his hand, a force wrapped around Shaoqing, Heitian, and Balan, and flew in the direction of the Dragon Valley. After Gu Fei put away the saint weapon, the terrifying aura between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Go back to the Dragon Valley. On the top of the mountain, dozens of miles away, Li Lingfeng and the other masters of the Taishan sect suddenly heard Gu Fei's words. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Some people had yet to recover from the shock of the might of the extreme Saint Tool. The ones with the highest cultivation bases, Li Lingfeng, Violet Feather, and the Medicine Taoist, were all shocked. Gu Fei's words were like a head-on blow that woke them up. Go! Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the Medicine Taoist hurriedly restrained the experts of the Taishan sect and then flew toward the Dragon Valley. Although they did not know why Gu Fei was in such a hurry to return to the Dragon Valley, at this time they did not have time to ask. For Gu Fei, a distance of 100 miles was nothing more than a blink of an eye. Just as Gu Fei was returning to the Dragon Valley, a figure silently appeared in the sky above the area where Gu Fei had killed Dongfang Chen, as if he had appeared directly out of thin air. This area was almost completely destroyed by the battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen. On the ground, mountains collapsed, trees collapsed, and a radius of 10 miles turned into a desert. The fluctuations in the void still had not completely calmed down. It was a handsome young man with a head of silver hair. The young man wore a white robe, and his hair was simply tied behind his head. His whole person seemed to be integrated with heaven and earth, and there was no aura coming from his body at all. This was the supreme realm of the unity of heaven and man. Only a celestial could be completely integrated with heaven and earth, and with a raise of his hand, he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. For immortals and peerless figures beyond the immortal realm, a celestial was invincible and invincible. The body was one with heaven and earth, and fighting with a celestial was simply making an enemy of heaven and earth. Only a great power who had comprehended the profound meaning of the great path of heaven and earth could suppress a celestial. But how many great powers were there in the present world? If a great power didn't appear, a celestial was invincible. If the Dongfang family had a celestial, they would really have the strength to contend with the ancient, desolate forces. The eyes of the silver-haired young man flickered with a bright divine light as he scanned in all directions. Soon he sensed a familiar aura from the fluctuations in the void that had not completely calmed down. Roar! The silver-haired young man roared at the sky, his face full of anger. Terrifying sound waves spread in all directions, shaking the mountains and the sky. This roar could be heard from hundreds of miles away. It was truly a roar that could shake mountains and rivers. Gu Fei, who had just returned to the Dragon Valley, also heard this roar. He was extremely shocked. This person's cultivation was too terrifying. Quickly, activate the Supreme Killing Formation, Gu Fei said to He Tian. He felt a trace of uneasiness. The person who suddenly appeared could not have appeared by chance. It was very likely that he was an expert from the Dongfang family. How dare you kill a disciple of my Dongfang family? How audacious! The silver-haired young man's face was as gloomy as still water, his face full of killing intent. Dongfang Chun was dead, and a trace of his divine sense clone was also destroyed. This made the silver-haired young man go crazy with anger, gnashing his teeth. Dongfang Qin, who had cultivated to the mortal realm in 200 years, could be said to be a heaven-defying monster. In the present world, there might not be a second person who could cultivate to the immortal realm in such a short period of time. A disciple with a bright future was killed. This made the silver-haired young man almost go crazy. At this time, the Supreme Killing Formation of the Dragon Valley was activated. The power of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles was drawn. In the sky above the Dragon Valley, the wind and clouds changed, and unpredictable killing intent lingered. The silver-haired young man turned his head in the direction of the Dragon Valley, his expression changing several times. Swish! The silver-haired young man immediately disappeared in the sky. In the next moment, he appeared outside the Dragon Valley. The power of heaven and earth intertwined, and the formation patterns on the ground were faintly discernible. The Supreme Killing Formation connected the heaven and earth, forming a terrifying killing field. Seeing this scene, the silver-haired young man could not help but change his expression. This was an ancient absolute formation, which had long been lost, but now it was arranged by someone. The people inside obediently come out and die, otherwise I will destroy your body and soul, and you will die without a complete corpse. You won't even be able to become ghosts. The silver-haired young man shouted loudly. His voice penetrated the barrier of the killing formation and echoed throughout the entire Dragon Valley. All the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. At this time, Li Lingfeng and the others had just returned to the Dragon Valley. If they were a step slower, they would be blocked by the silver-haired young man outside. The silver-haired young man, who was one with the heaven, had already sensed the 4 powerful auras in the valley. Moreover, these 4 people had appeared on the battlefield 100 miles away. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, outside of this valley, there was no longer any aura of the peerless immortal realm figures. These people had all appeared in the place where Dongfang Qin died. Needless to say, the 4 peerless immortal realm figures in the Peerless Valley had joined forces to kill Dongfang Qin. TSK, why don't you obediently climb in and save your Uncle He Tian and kill you? He Tian shouted loudly. He did not care at all. Even if the other party was a celestial, it would not be easy to break the Supreme Killing Formation that enveloped the entire Dragon Valley. Roar! Do you really think that I, Dongfang Wudi, can't do anything to you? The silver-haired young man, Dongfang Wudi, said angrily. Bang! He directly slapped forward with his palm. There was no energy fluctuation, but the void in front of his palm suddenly collapsed. The power of destruction quickly spread, and a huge black hole appeared in front of him. Dongfang Wudi wanted to use the destructive power produced by the shattering of space to obliterate the Supreme killing formation. Rumble. Chapter 780. Dongfang Wudi, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, was unparalleled. He was like the Emperor Xian of the ninth heaven who had descended to earth. With a raise of his hand, he destroyed the void, and the power of destruction surged, making the world pale. Rumble! The entire peerless formation shook. On the ground, countless patterns emerged, drawing the power of the earth. In the void, countless divine patterns appeared, drawing the power of the void and the sky. The peerless killing formation communicated with the earth and the sky, drawing infinite power. The power of heaven and earth was intertwined, and without any warning, a large amount of divine fire and purple divine thunder fell from the sky. Under the earth, the wind and water gushed out, and the terrifying power was surging. The power of Dongfang Wudi was blocked. The attack of the celestial being was earth-shattering, and it almost caused the entire peerless killing formation that enveloped the Dragon Valley to collapse. However, the ancient killing formation that He Tian had set up was also extraordinary. So powerful, there is a celestial being outside, and he is not someone we can contend with. Balan said, if such a peerless character broke in, they would die without a burial place. What should we do? Old He, can your great formation stop the guy outside? Xiaoqing's expression changed, and he quickly asked He Tian. This was the killing formation that He Tian had set up. At this time, He Tian was not sure. With his current cultivation, the ancient killing formation that he had set up was absolutely no problem to stop the top divine kings and celestial kings of the mysterious transformation realm. However, the guy outside was not a divine king or a celestial king, but a heaven stage emperor of the celestial being realm. This kind of heaven stage emperor could draw the power of heaven and earth for his own use with a wave of his hand. He was so powerful that no one could stop him except for the mighty ones. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the entire Dragon Valley was shaking violently. On the surrounding cliffs, boulders were constantly rolling down, and many disciples of the Taishan sect could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Dongfang Wudi was attacking the ancient killing formation. The power of the celestial being shook the heavens and the earth. It actually shook the killing formation, which made He Tian tremble with fear. At this moment, He Tian could no longer maintain his calm. The other party was actually able to shake the ancient killing formation he had laid down. This grand formation most likely wouldn't be able to stop that freak outside. He Tian paced back and forth anxiously, rubbing his hands. Finally, he stopped and said to Gu Fei, "Boss, please lend me the cauldron of mountain and river." What? Gu Fei was stunned. The mountain and river cauldron? I want to use the exceptional sacred weapon as the core of the formation. Let's see how that guy outside breaks the formation. He Tian said he was going to use his trump card. The sacred weapon has already recognized its master. Even if I lend it to you, you won't be able to use it. Gu Fei said, not everyone could use the extreme sacred weapon. If the mountain and river cauldron had not already recognized its master, even the top figures in the immortal realm would find it difficult to activate the mountain and river cauldron and make it display the extreme divine power. This, of course, I need the cooperation of the boss. He Tian thought for a moment and then said, he also knew that he could not use the mountain and river cauldron at all. In that case, let's give it a try. Gu Fei nodded and said, at this time, if they did not give it a try, if the celestial being realm emperor outside broke in, they would only have a dead end. Boom! Another loud noise came. In the sky above the Dragon Valley, countless formation patterns were looming, and the peerless killing formation showed the celestial phenomena. Wind, clouds, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, frost, all kinds of celestial phenomena appeared in the formation. This was the embodiment of the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth could obliterate everything. The power of destruction turned this part of the world into a forbidden domain. However, that Dongfang Wudi was also amazing. He united with the heaven and earth and displayed the supreme divine skill. He also attracted the power of earth, water, wind, and fire, and used the power of heaven and earth to fight against the power of heaven and earth. He wanted to use this method to break the ancient killing formation of Heitian. Inside the Dragon Valley, Heitian and Gu Fei did what they said. Buzz! A simple and unadorned small cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. An aura that seemed to come from the primitive universe immediately spread out. Bang! The small cauldron became the size of a small mountain. It fell from the sky and landed in the center of the Dragon Valley. The earth shook. It was a lush, short mountain. The mountain and river cauldron fell, and the short mountain almost collapsed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next moment, the figures of Gu Fei and Heitian appeared on the short mountain. On the ancient cauldron, there was a scene of primitive heaven and earth. There were mountains and lakes on the ground. There were countless primitive beasts walking on the ground, and there were dragons and phoenixes flying in the sky. Gu Fei and Heitian worked together. Gu Fei attracted the power of the mountain and river cauldron, while Heitian laid pieces of spiritual jade on the ground around the mountain and river cauldron. Then he imprinted mysterious formation patterns on the spiritual jade. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was guided to the formation patterns and then transmitted to the whole formation. Gu Fei had also encountered many amazing formations that used the divine weapon of the Supreme Path as the core of the formation. This kind of formation, using the divine weapon of the Supreme Path to suppress the formation core, would cause a headache even for a powerful figure. Rumble! As the power of the mountain and river cauldron was guided into the formation, a terrible energy wave that could destroy heaven and earth surged out of the formation. All kinds of changes in the sky showed more power. The astral wind blew, and the void was about to shatter. The fire was raging, and the space was distorted. The divine thunder from the 9 heavens connected the sky and the earth. Each bolt of lightning was as huge as a mountain, tearing the sky and destroying everything. It was extremely terrifying. This, outside the ancient killing formation, Dongfang Wudi could not help but be surprised when he saw this scene. The power of the formation was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that it was still increasing, and there was no end to it. In front of him, all kinds of celestial phenomena such as wind, clouds, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, and frost appeared. It was simply a dangerous place. Such power could really obliterate everything. Dongfang Wudi felt the danger. He wanted to break into the formation directly, but now he had scruples. Damn it! Dongfang Wudi gritted his teeth. His silver hair danced, and a dazzling divine light rushed out of his body. He was ready to use his trump card. However, just as Dongfang Wudi was about to make a move, a golden light flew from the sky. In an instant, it flew close to him, extremely fast. When Dongfang Wudi saw the golden light, he could not help but be startled. In the golden light, there was a golden flying sword. This was the flying sword technique. The surging divine power in Dongfang Wudi's body began to calm down. He waved his hand, and the golden sword light flew into his hand. Soon, Dongfang Wudi's face changed. Count yourself lucky. Next time I come, I will destroy the Taishan sect. Dongfang Wudi left these words and disappeared into the void. He teleported away, and no one knew where he went. At this time, thousands of miles away, in the area where the Taishan mountain range was, the demonic qi enveloped the world, covering the sky and the sun. The bottomless pit of demons began to spew out endless demonic qi again. The demonic aura could be clearly felt from thousands of miles away. Chapter 781. Destroying Dongfang Qin had provoked a celestial being. This was something that Gu Fei and the others had not expected. Moreover, this celestial being had already set his eyes on them. With the departure of Dongfang Wudi, Gu Fei and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The peerless Great Formation gradually stopped, and the terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth also gradually receded. In the Dragon Valley, the trembling disciples of the Taishan sect also recovered from their shock. The aura of the peerless killing formation almost caused the disciples of the Taishan sect to have a nervous breakdown. Of course, the mountain and river cauldron would not stay in the Dragon Valley forever. After Dongfang Wudi left, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. Using a divine weapon of the Great Path to suppress the eye of the formation was really a waste of God's gifts. Even an extreme powerhouse would not be so generous as to use a divine weapon of the Great Path to suppress the eye of the formation. Swish! 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 On the short mountain, figures flashed. Shaoqing and Balan appeared beside Gu Fei and Heitian. Then Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Taoist also came to the short mountain. Brother Gu, this Dongfang Wudi is the ancestor of the Dongfang family who has awakened from a deep sleep. You killed Dongfang Chen, this? Li Lingfeng was very worried. TSK, he is just a celestial being. Why should I be afraid? Heitian said very disdainfully, just a celestial being? After Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Taoist heard this, they could not help but be dumbfounded and look at each other. This guy, his tone was really big. It was really rare in the world. A celestial being is not something we can compete with. Balan said with a solemn face. A celestial being, Realm Heaven Stage Emperor, was 2 cultivation realms higher than them. This was not something that could be closed by having 1 or 2 powerful divine weapons in hand. Even Gu Fei, who was invincible among his peers and could cross realms to face off against divine kings and immortal kings, even if he had 5 extreme Dao Saint artifacts, he would still have no choice but to retreat if he encountered a celestial being. The current situation also made Gu Fei feel annoyed. He was not alone. After killing Dongfang Chen, he could just pat his butt and leave. If he left, the Supreme Mystery Sect would suffer. At worst, he would just move the Supreme Mystery Sect into his inner world. Gu Fei thought to himself, the inner world connected to his Dantian was a divine land. It was full of spiritual qi and was comparable to the so-called heavenly caves of the Tonglong continent. Cultivating in it would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. The inner world in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows was growing rapidly. However, compared to the inner world connected to his Dantian, the difference was like night and day. Gu Fei was definitely a heaven-defying evildoer. He actually had 2 inner worlds. It should be known that it was extremely difficult for even an immortal god to open up an inner world of their own. Seeing that Gu Fei was deep in thought, no one said anything. In the end, Gu Fei said, Junior sister Zhao, Marshal Uncle Danchenzi, and the others have not woken up yet. The most important thing is to wake them up. Other things should be put aside for now. Zhao, Zairu, and the others, who had taken the 9 Revolutions Immortal King pill, still had not woken up. The medicinal power of the Immortal King pill had not been completely absorbed. They were still in a deep sleep. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nod. Saving people was the most important thing. Thus, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu the medicine Taoist, and Gu Fei chatted for a while, then left. Shaoqing and the others also returned to their respective cave dwellings. As for Gu Fei, he went behind the waterfall, to the stone room where the 3 transparent ice coffins were placed. Gu Fei saw that the 3 ice coffins had already been enveloped by a 9-colored spirit light. The immortal qi was vast and mighty, and the entire stone room was overflowing with light and colors. It was like a dream. The medicinal power of the 9 Revolutions Immortal King pill gradually dissolved in the bodies of Zhao Zairu and the others. The extremely pure immortal qi was not only expelling the immortal qi, it was also changing the physique of Zhao Zairu and the others. After observing the situation within the ice coffins, Gu Fei discovered that the people within the 3 ice coffins were breathing slowly, and the immortal qi was fluctuating rhythmically and rhythmically. This made him feel much more at ease. He then sat down cross-legged in front of the 3 ice coffins. Gu Fei sat there for a total of 49 days. In these 49 days he did not move at all, as though he had turned into a stone statue. However, the truth was that he was constantly using his mind to sense the changes within the 3 ice coffins. During this period, Shaoqing came by once, but he did not enter the stone room. He only stood outside for a while before leaving. He did not disturb Gu Fei. The devil's den, thousands of miles away, was still spewing out immortal qi, and there was still no sign of it stopping. The attention of all the great figures in the eastern domain was attracted there. Dongfang Wudi did not come again. Compared to the movement of the devil's den, the grudge between the Dongfang family and Gu Fei was nothing, because the devil was the enemy of humanity and even the world. In the past 300 years, too many things had happened on the Tonglong continent. The return of the ancient barons, the appearance of the true demons who had been thought to have fallen, had begun to appear. The hidden danger of the eastern domain was the devil's den that had appeared in the Taishan Mountains. The movement of the devil's den had even attracted the attention of the forces of the other 3 domains of the Tonglong continent. The people of the ancient barons could not sit idly by. Some people had seen the immortal king of the archaic Dao sect appear near the devil's denver. Some people had also seen the fairy of the Yaotai ancient holy land appear in the Taishan Mountains. At this time, no one would care about the Taishan sect that was thousands of miles away in the mountains. Even the people of the Dongfang family did not appear near the Dragon Valley. 49 days later, in the Dragon Valley, in the cave behind the waterfall, 3 waves of immortal qi began to emit. It was as if 3 immortals had awakened from their slumber. Everyone in the Taishan sect was alarmed, but Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Taoist did not appear in the crowd. The person in the lead was Li Lingfeng's eldest disciple, Qiu Shan. This Qiu Shan was dressed in white and looked handsome. From the outside, he seemed to be only about 30 years old. However, he had already been Li Lingfeng's disciple for 300 years and had already cultivated to the peak of the 9th layer of the void controlling realm. He could break into the demigod realm at any time. It had to be said that Li Lingfeng had taken in a good disciple. Where is Li Lingfeng? Shaoqing could not see Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, or the medicine Taoist. He could not help but feel a little strange, so he asked Qiu Shan this. Qiu Shan wanted to say something, but stopped. He knew that these friends of Uncle Master Gu were all at the peak of the immortal realm. He did not dare to be negligent, but he could not say where his master was. Humph, so secretive. Those 3 guys can't be in seclusion, right? Shaoqing said. How did Uncle Master Qing know? Qiu Shan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said respectfully. He did not dare to hide anything. His master had actually really gone into seclusion. In the Taishan sect, only Shaoqing and the others dared to casually call Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Taoist. Little Qing chuckled and ignored Qiu Shan. Li Lingfeng and the other 2 fellas must have gone into seclusion somewhere in the Dragon Valley. That 9 revolutions immortal king pill had the effect of raising one's cultivation base. The current Taishan sect had too few experts. If they could borrow the miraculous effects of the 9-turn immortal king pill and break through their current cultivation level, then the Taishan sect could quickly rise. At this time, from the cave behind the waterfall came the strange sound of wind and thunder. But after the sound of wind and thunder, there was a shocking sound like that of a raging wave. Within the cave, there was a constant strange sound. At the same time, there was a flash of divine light, and the immortal qi flourished. Everyone could not help but look at each other, feeling incomparably shocked. The strange sound lasted for 6 hours, then gradually disappeared. There seemed to be a burst of celestial music coming from the cave, and then all the immortal qi retreated like the tide. At this time, Gu Fei, who had been sitting in front of the 3 ice coffins, had already stood up. He looked at the person in one of the ice coffins, his face full of surprise. Chapter 782. The 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill was indeed a heaven-defying pill from ancient times. The people in the 3 ice coffins began to awaken. The 9 colors of immortal light gradually faded, and the immortal chi was restrained. A woman as beautiful as a fairy opened her eyes. Zhao Zairu had awakened from her slumber. The first person to awaken was the junior sister of Purple Bamboo Peak. Junior sister Zhao. Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the ice coffin, said with a trembling voice. When he saw Zhao Zairu again, he realized that Zhao Zairu had already been imprinted in his heart. The hazy feeling from back then was now clear. It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky. Gu Fei finally knew what this feeling was. The woman in the ice coffin was elegant and otherworldly. She sat up in the ice coffin, and then her blank eyes gradually became clear. When she saw Gu Fei standing in front of the ice coffin, she was shocked. After a while, it turned into ecstasy and her eyes became moist. Senior Brother Gu. Zhao Zairu was like a nimble swallow. She jumped out of the ice coffin and threw herself into Gu Fei's arms. When the two met again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. They were both incomparably moved, and they hugged each other tightly. At this time, the other 2 ice coffins also changed. Dan Chenzi was the last to wake up. Not long after, the successor of Shaoyang Peak, Li Hao, also woke up. The awakening of the 3 was a joyous occasion for the Supreme Mystery Sect. Zhao Zairu had wanted to spend more time with Gu Fei, but after taking the 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill, her body had been cleansed by the immortal chi, and her constitution had changed. She had become an immortal spirit body that only an immortal god could have. Although Zhao Zairu had changed from a mortal body to an immortal spirit body, she was still not an immortal god. Her cultivation was in the realm between demigod and immortal god, the most sacred realm. Moreover, her realm was very unstable, so she had to immediately go into seclusion for a period of time to consolidate her current cultivation. Dan Chenzi and Li Hao's situation was the same as Zhao Zairu's. Moreover, Dan Chenzi was already an imperial void realm expert 300 years ago. Under the effects of the 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill, he had actually broken through to the immortal god realm. The successor of the Shaoyang Peak, Li Hao, had also advanced to the demigod realm. His body had transformed into a celestial physique, and his potential was limitless. When he cultivated, he could achieve twice the results with half the effort. In time, within the Supreme Mystery Sect, there would inevitably be 3 immortals. One had to admit that the 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill was definitely a heaven-defying pill. It contained an endless amount of immortal chi that could transform a cultivator's physique and raise their cultivation base and strength. Zhao Zairu, Dan Chenzi, and Li Hao had all obtained great benefits. This was especially the case for Dan Chenzi, who had actually managed to break through to the immortal god state in one go. One could say that this was a blessing in disguise. Considering the current situation, Zhao Zairu, Dan Chenzi, and Li Hao would need to go into seclusion to stabilize their cultivation bases. Within the Supreme Mystery Sect, all affairs were now managed by Li Lingfeng's eldest disciple, Qi Shan. Gu Fei was focused on cultivation and would not pay attention to the affairs of the sect. As expected, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Taoist had all gone into seclusion. They wanted to use the 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill to increase their strength and make the Supreme Mystery Sect strong again. One could imagine that in the future, the Supreme Mystery Sect would have 6 immortals. Including Gu Fei, that would be 7. This kind of strength would be considered among the best among the great sections. Now that the world had changed, the ancient powers had returned, and in the 4 regions of the Tonglong continent, the powers that could be called great sects all had the existence of immortals. A sect without an immortal could not be called a great sect. In the current world of cultivation, the division of powers was very clear. The ancient powers were the supreme sects because these powers were said to have powerful beings in charge. And sects with celestials were the superpowers. In the entire tongue-long continent, such powers could be counted on 10 fingers. Sects with immortals or even mysterious transformation realm cultivators in charge could only be considered great sections. Even such great sects were rare in the entire world of cultivation. The current tongue-long continent had not yet reached the point where immortals and powerful beings were as numerous as dogs. In the eastern region, there was only one Zhao family that could be compared to the supreme sections. The Zhao family of the clan of the ancients was said to have a powerful being in charge, but no one knew who that being was, and no one had ever seen that being. Being a powerful being was often a kind of deterrent. In the absence of a powerful being, the Celestials were invincible. In the entire eastern region, only the Dongfeng family could compete with the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients. Of course, if the legendary being of the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients made a move, the Dongfeng family would be nothing. As he gradually came to understand the entire world of cultivation, Gu Fei discovered that the current supreme mystery sect could only be considered a great sect. If he had not returned, the supreme mystery sect could only be reduced to a second-rate sect. Now that he had returned, the supreme mystery sect had a chance to rise again. Gu Fei did not pay any attention to the chores of the sect. He usually cultivated in his cave and did not come out easily. One day, Qiu Shan suddenly rushed to Gu Fei's cave and asked to see him. In the entire supreme mystery sect, only Qiu Shan and a few others came to see Gu Fei. Moreover, if there was nothing that could not be solved, Qiu Shan and the others would not disturb Gu Fei. Speak. Inside the cave, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a prayer mat and said indifferently. He knew that Qiu Shan had encountered something that could not be solved. Uncle Master, the Guangqing Celestial Sect has sent a letter. Qiu Shan said directly. Gu Fei could not help but frown. The Guangqing Celestial Sect? After the Supreme Mystery sect declined, the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect rarely interacted with the Supreme Mystery Sect. During the chaos of the Eastern region, among the three great Taoist sects, only the Supreme Mystery Sect suffered heavy losses. Almost all of the elders in the sect had died in battle. Even Ku Rong Taoist had fallen. Moreover, with the return of the ancient barons, the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect could not take care of themselves. Thus, the three great Taoist sects' interactions gradually decreased. In the past 100 years, the people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect did not even come to the Dragon Valley. Seeing the Supreme Mystery Sect fall into the predicament of a second-rate sect, they did not give the Supreme Mystery Sect any help. Now, the Guangqing Celestial Sect had sent a letter. Could it be that the people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect already knew that he had returned? Gu Fei quickly thought of all kinds of possibilities. Qiu Shan stepped forward and respectfully handed over a jade scroll. A flying sword message. Gu Fei could also feel a trace of Khanate sword qi from the jade scroll. The person who sent the flying sword message should be a sword immortal. Gu Fei took the jade scroll and released his divine will into the jade scroll to read the contents. The forbidden area of the ancient barons. Soon, Gu Fei's expression changed. He received a shocking piece of information from the jade scroll. The forces of the ancient barons wanted to open the legendary forbidden area of the ancient barons. The forces of the ancient barons knew all kinds of mysteries of the world and seemed to have a way to enter the forbidden area. The jade scroll said that the forbidden area of the ancient barons was formed after the collapse of the ancient barons' world. It was a fragment of the ancient barons' world. In the forbidden area of the ancient barons, there might be answers to the disappearance of the ancient gods and all kinds of ancient secrets. The return of the forces of the ancient barons was not a coincidence. It happened once every 10,000 years. The return of the forces of the ancient barons was to open the forbidden area and send people in. The forbidden area of the ancient barrens opened once every 10,000 years. It was an opportunity for all cultivators. In the forbidden area of the ancient barrens, there might be skills left behind by the supreme gods of the ancient barrens, or there might be heaven-defying medicines from the ancient barrens. There might even be holy weapons left behind by the masters of the extreme path. For every cultivator, this was an irresistible force. No one could resist such a force, not even immortals or gods. Humph! You want to invite us to enter the forbidden area of the ancient barrens? Gu Fei sneered. Now that the world had changed, even if one became an immortal, the world would not send down the great tribulation of immortals to ascend to the heaven realm. It was said that there was only one way for the immortals of the Tonglong continent to enter the heaven realm, and that was to step onto the heaven platform of the archaic Tao sect. Although the immortals and mortals were separated, Gu Fei knew that the forces of the ancient barons still had a way to contact the heaven realm. One must know that the immortals of the ancient barons could still ascend. Qiu Shan retreated. In the cave, Gu Fei held the jade scroll and pondered. In the end, he sent a message to Shaoqing, Heitian, and Balan. Their cave was not far from where Gu Fei was. Very quickly, Shaoqing, Heitian, and Balan arrived at Gu Fei's cave. "Boss, what happened?" Once Heitian entered, he asked Gu Fei. This guy was a person who could not stay still. If he did not find something to do, he would feel very uncomfortable. The Guangqing Immortal Sect sent a letter. They want to invite us to enter the forbidden area of the ancient barons. Gu Fei said indifferently, "What? Forbidden area of the ancient barons?" When Shaoqing and the rest heard this, their expressions were different. Heitian was extremely excited. The soul fire in his skull was jumping violently. But Shaoqing and Balan were at a loss. They did not know what kind of place the forbidden area of the ancient barons was. That Guangqing Immortal Sect knows the way to enter the forbidden area? Tian asked impatiently. Gu Fei glanced at Tian and thought, this guy is so excited. Could it be that he knows something? He didn't ask immediately. Instead, he said, "It's a power from the ancient barons that wants to open the forbidden area." This. Tian couldn't help but be startled. Opening the forbidden area? What does it have to do with us? The people from the ancient barons would definitely not allow others to enter the forbidden area. What kind of place is the forbidden area of the ancient barons? Shaoqing asked. According to the jade slip, it's a fragment left behind after a desolate world collapsed. Gu Fei spoke and passed the jade slip to Shaoqing. It was impossible for Gu Fei to know such ancient secrets. Even if he merged with the memories of the god race's ancestor, Li Xuandao, he wouldn't have such information. Most likely, only experts at the extreme Tao would be able to come into contact with such matters. After Shaoqing read the contents of the jade slip, he was also shocked. He passed the jade slip to Balan. After Balan read it, he passed it to Heitian. Haha, there's actually such a good thing. We can't miss this chance. Heitian was excited again after reading the information in the jade slip. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and Balan all looked at Heitian. Chapter 783. The strange movements of the Eastern Devils, Den, attracted the attention of all the Eastern forces. However, at this time the Guangqing Immortal Sect sent a flying sword message asking the Taishan sect to enter the forbidden area together. It turned out that the opening of the forbidden area did not prohibit other cultivators from entering. Moreover, the Guangqing Immortal Sect had submitted to the Zhou clan of the Clan of the Ancients. The archaic Daoist sect, which was also an ancient force, had nothing to do with the current Tao sections. The archaic Daoist sect did not recognize the existence of the current Tao sections. After the return of the ancient forces, the status of the three great Taoist sects of the Tonglong continent became very awkward. They were not recognized by the orthodox Tao sections. In other words, the three great Taoist sects of the Tonglong continent did not have the inheritance of the great Taoist sect. The inheritance of the three great Taoist sects came from the virtual sky world. It was the cultivation methods of the ancient Tao sections. However, this kind of inheritance was not recognized by the archaic Taoist sect. In addition to the Taishan sect, the Shangqing sect also seemed to have submitted to the Yuanshi celestial sect. They became a peripheral force of the Yuanshi celestial sect and received their protection. The world of cultivation was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. The return of the ancient forces of the ancients consolidated the various forces of a region. Those who did not submit would be destroyed. The ancient forces of the ancients were preparing for something. The forces of the cultivation world were quickly consolidated. It seemed that something earth-shattering was about to happen. The ancient forces were preparing for a rainy day. The demonic path was also making strange movements. For the past 300 years, demons had appeared from time to slaughter the cultivators of the righteous path. The entire world seemed to be brewing a great storm. It was a superstorm. Now the ancient desolate forces wanted to open the forbidden grounds of the ancient desolate and send their disciples into the forbidden grounds. As for the reason, no one knew. Everyone in Gu Fei's cave was silent. To other cultivators, the primordial desolation forbidden ground was undoubtedly filled with an irresistible force. However, it was nothing to Gu Fei. After all, he had 5 divine weapons of the great path and the inheritance of the martial ancestor. In Li Xuandao's inner world, there was the divine spring of life and countless treasures. It could be said that Gu Fei did not lack anything at all. He wanted treasures and weapons. He had treasures and weapons, and he wanted cultivation techniques. He even had a supreme martial scripture imprinted in his heart. Boss, you're not going? Hey, Tian finally broke the silence. Big brother. Shaoqing looked at Gu Fei. He followed Gu Fei's lead. Although he was very interested in the desolate antiquity forbidden place, if Gu Fei said he wouldn't go, then he wouldn't go. Balan didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he was a little tempted. A world before the primordial age. What was inside? There wasn't a single person who wouldn't be curious. That was a lost world, and there might be unimaginable opportunities there. Perhaps he could find the answers to all sorts of great mysteries of the world inside. Boss, there might be a divine weapon of the extreme path or a miracle left by an ancient saint. He Tian couldn't help but feel anxious after seeing Gu Fei's expressionless face. This cheap boss had quite a few divine weapons of the extreme path. If he followed him, he wouldn't have to worry about his life even in the primordial age. Divine weapon of the ancient saint? Miracle left by an ancient saint? Gu Fei was also a little tempted. All sorts of great mysteries of the world were very attractive to him. What exactly happened in the primordial age that caused immortals and mortals to be separated? Even if one cultivated to the immortal realm, he still couldn't break through the void and ascend. Why did the once invincible extreme path experts disappear without a trace, leaving behind only divine weapons of the extreme path? Could it be that these supremes had all fallen? Why did the primordial age forces return once every 10,000 years? No one knew. The great mysteries of the world were in the hands of the primordial age forces. They seemed to be preparing for something, which made Gu Fei very uneasy. He didn't know what would happen in the future, so there was no way for him to prepare in advance. Then, let's make a trip. Gu Fei pondered for a long time and finally decided to accept the Guangqing Immortal Sect's invitation. He wanted to make contact with the primordial age forces. He Tian was instantly overjoyed. Shaoqing and Balan were also a little tempted. They were all very curious about what kind of world the primordial age was like. Therefore, Gu Fei called someone to inform the people of the Guangqing Immortal Sect and arranged a meeting place with them. The Zhou clan was one of the 4 great clans. They had also existed for countless years and still stood tall in the cultivation world. They had an incomparably deep foundation. To be able to survive from the primordial age until now, none of them were easy to deal with. They were all incomparably terrifying. The Zhao clan was in the eastern region. More than half of the eastern region was now the Zhao clan's territory. There were countless clans attached to the Zhao clan. In the entire eastern region, only the Dongfang clan could contend with the Zhao clan for now. As for the Zhou clan, they came to the southern region and also controlled half of it. The only ones who could contend with the Zhou clan were the 100 tribes of the Desolate Land in the 100,000 mountains of the southern Desolate Land. After half a month, not to mention Zhao Ziru, even Li Lingfeng and the others showed no signs of coming out. Gu Fei had no choice but to take Shaoqing, Heitian, and Balon with him. They wanted to go to the southern Desolate Land. From the eastern region to the southern Desolate Land was a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. For mortals, even if they spent their entire lives, they might not be able to walk from the eastern region to the southern Desolate Land. Even experts in the Royal Void Realm who could fly would have to spend a lot of time to reach the southern Desolate Land. Going to the southern Desolate Land again reminded Gu Fei of the first time he went down the mountain and went to the virtual sky world. This made Gu Fei's mood become heavy. Swish, swish, swish. The sun shone brightly. High up in the sky, a divine rainbow streaked across the sky like lightning, flying toward the south. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. Immortal level flying was extremely fast. Starting from the mountains of the eastern region, it only took a few hours for Gu Fei and the others to cross thousands of mountains and rivers and enter the territory of the southern region. When they were flying over an endless mountain range, Gu Fei's flight light suddenly slowed down. "Big brother, what's wrong?" asked Shaoqing, who was following beside Gu Fei, when he saw Gu Fei suddenly slowing down. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. When Heitian and Balon saw Gu Fei slowing down, they also slowed down. "Nothing," said Gu Fei. He looked at the mountain range below and saw a river, like a green belt, winding through the mountain range, extending forward and disappearing into the horizon as if there was no end to it. "Cloud Mountain," Gu Fei murmured to himself. He came to the sky above the Cloud Mountain and couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he saw the changes in front of him. Back then, he encountered the Devil Monarch of 6 Paths here and narrowly escaped death, only to be saved by Ling Luoyan. In the past, he and Lu Yunhe of the Guangqing Immortal Sect fought the ghost cultivators of the Ghost Palace of Plentiful City, then killed the demon ape and encountered the 3-eyed divine mink. His experience in the Cloud Mountain kept replaying in Gu Fei's mind. It seemed like it had happened yesterday. Gu Fei could still remember it clearly. But how many of those people were still alive? Many things could happen in 300 years. Mortals definitely couldn't live for more than 300 years. If Ling Luoyan didn't embark on the path of cultivation, she would probably be a pile of dirt by now. Soon, Gu Fei's group flew over 800 li of the Cloud Mountain and entered the sky above the endless, desolate forest. The Cloud Mountain that Gu Fei had painstakingly crossed in the past was left behind in the blink of an eye. It was in this endless, desolate forest that Gu Fei met his mortal enemy, Beiteng Ao, and the demon girl who subdued the 3-eyed divine mink. Dongfang clan, Beiteng clan. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. Although he killed Dongfang Qin, he also provoked Dongfang Wudi, a celestial being. Only by eliminating all his enemies could this grudge be resolved. After this trip to the desolate forbidden area, he would have to go to the Beiteng clan. Gu Fei didn't want to cause trouble. He wholeheartedly pursued the Dao without any distractions. However, even if he didn't want to cause trouble, trouble often came knocking on his door. Gu Fei's thought was very simple. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill him. Dongfang Chen wanted to kill him, so Dongfang Chen had to die. Beiteng Ao wanted to kill him, so Beiteng Ao had to die too. Gu Fei's thought was very simple. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them. Dongfang Chen wanted to kill him, so Dongfang Chen had to die. Beiteng Ao wanted to kill him, so Beiteng Ao had to die too. 1 hour later, a small town appeared in the forest ahead of them. It was Bluestone Town. In Bluestone Town, Gu Fei met Chu Tian, the young master of Rising Sun Trading Company. Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao wanted to kill Gu Fei with Chu Tian's help. As a result, Gu Fei was poisoned and almost died. In the forest near Bluestone Town, Gu Fei met Shaoqing, who was still Shaoqing Snake at that time. They had arrived at Bluestone Town. After passing Bluestone Town, they would arrive at Dragon Emperor City. Various things in the past occurred to Gu Fei's mind. Although things remained the same, people had changed. Gu Fei couldn't help sighing. The appointed meeting place of Guangqing Immortal Sect was in Dragon Emperor City. Is Dragon Emperor City still under the control of wild clans? With the strong return of Zhou clan, a remote antiquity clan, Zhang Tai was afraid that wild clans would have a hard time. After passing Bluestone Town, Gu Fei's group directly headed for Dragon Emperor City. Very soon, a huge city appeared in front of them. Under the sun, this huge city was like a prehistoric beast, entrenched on the ground, giving off a strong sense of oppression. A vicissitude and ancientness rushed towards them. This was a huge city which couldn't be erased by time. It had been standing on the ground for so many years, leaving traces of time on its city wall. The moment Gu Fei approached Dragon Emperor City, he had seen some powerful immortal senses shooting towards them in an unscrupulous way. Are there immortals in the city? Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others couldn't help but frown. They had sensed at least 3 powerful immortal senses in the city. The immortal senses flashed towards them as if they had never appeared. The powerful immortal senses in the city also faded away rapidly. Humph! Interesting. Gu Fei smiled. Dragon Emperor City is not simple. Chapter 784. The moment Gu Fei's group entered Dragon Emperor City, they had been stopped by someone. Brother Gu, it's been 300 years. You still look the same as before. A middle-aged man with fluttering sleeves and black beard said above Dragon Emperor City. Lu Yunhe? At the sight of this middle-aged man, Gu Fei became stunned as he recognized him. He was Lu Yunhe, a disciple of Guangqing Immortal Sect. The current Lu Yunhe was no longer the greenhorn he was 300 years ago, full of mettle and vigor. His aura was restrained, and his entire person was like a divine sword that had not been unsheathed. 300 years had passed, and Lu Yunhe had become a middle-aged uncle. Unless one was young and had attained the Tao, very few people could be like Lu Yunhe, who did not age. Furthermore, most cultivators were no longer young when they were successful in their cultivation. These cultivators usually maintained the appearance of when they were in their peak state, demigod. Lu Yunhe's cultivation base couldn't be concealed in front of Gu Fei at all. Therefore, Gu Fei immediately identified Lu Yunhe's current battle strength. I was told that Brother Gu had returned to Taishan Immortal Sect. I didn't believe it. Now that I've seen you, it's true. Lu Yunhe said. After going through so many things, he had become very calm and steady. At the sight of Gu Fei, Lu Yunhe didn't look amazed at all. Are we talking here? Gu Fei said calmly after looking around. He had not imagined that he could meet an old acquaintance in Dragon Emperor City. At this moment, many people in Dragon Emperor City had discovered them. Many people were pointing at them and whispering to each other. Perhaps they had been used to it. The residents in Dragon Emperor City didn't panic at all when they saw someone standing in the air above Dragon Emperor City. Oh, please follow me, Brother Gu and everyone else. Lu Yunhe said as he gestured for them to follow him. Then he began to lead the way. There's an immortal on the back of Dragon Emperor City. Interesting. Gu Fei muttered as if he was murmuring. However, when Lu Yunhe heard this, his heart trembled. This Gu Fei could actually sense the existence of the immortals in the city. Could it be that he had already cultivated the body of an immortal? Lu Yunhe couldn't see through the cultivation of Gu Fei and the others, so he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Brother Gu, Some friends have heard that you're coming, and they want to befriend you. Do you think?" Lu Yunha hesitated, seemingly a little embarrassed. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help feeling displeased. Could it be that Lu Yunha was trying to take him down a notch? In the southern wasteland, he had many opponents. Back then, in Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei had offended a lot of people among the younger generation of all the clans in South Wilderness. 300 years have passed, and those guys are still thinking about me? Gu Fei thought. He had already known the current situation. The forces of the remote antiquity had returned, and the forces across the cultivation circle had been reshuffled. In the southern domain, only the clans of South Wilderness could compete with Zhou clan, a primitive clan. Azure Dragon. When Gu Fei thought of this person, his pupils couldn't help but contract. Back then, this powerhouse of Azure Dragon clan was a good opponent. Pitifully, when Gu Fei wanted to enter the virtual sky world, he didn't have the chance to fight with this powerhouse of the younger generation of all the clans in South Wilderness. 300 years later, if this Azure Dragon didn't die, how powerful would he be? In the waterside pavilion in the back garden of the Lord's mansion in Dragon Emperor City, melodious music drifted out. Charming dancers were dancing gracefully. In the middle of the pavilion sat a dignified, middle-aged man in a purple crown and a purple official robe, and a young man in a bright yellow dragon robe who was less than 30 years old. The two of them were sitting on the seats of honor, while many people were sitting on their sides. When the Prince of Southern Yen arrived in Dragon Emperor City, Yang Yuandao, the Lord of South Wilderness, was welcoming Yen Wuliang. All the people present were outstanding figures of the clans of South Wilderness. In the eyes of the dynasties of the Central Plains, South Wilderness was a barren land that Southern Yen dynasty couldn't reach. The entire South Wilderness was like an independent kingdom. On the surface, the territory of South Wilderness was the territory of Southern Yen dynasty. However, everyone knew that Southern Yen dynasty couldn't control South Wilderness. The real masters of South Wilderness had always been the clans of Southern Wilderness for thousands of years. Although Yen Wuliang, the Prince of Southern Yen, was very dissatisfied with the Lord of South Wilderness, he still came to Dragon Emperor City. This was because the clans of South Wilderness and the remote antiquity families had been acting strangely recently, which made Southern Yen dynasty one of the 3 immortal dynasties of the Central Plains a bit restless. South Wilderness was semi-independent, and the Lord of South Wilderness had always been disrespectful to the royal family. His title was hereditary, so the royal family was not allowed to intervene. Yen Wuliang was very dissatisfied with Yang Yuandao because Yang Yuandao pretended to be deaf to his arrival and didn't welcome him at all. Yen Wuliang was less than 30 years old, but he was already on the throne and had a chance to become the emperor of an immortal dynasty. How could he not be angry when he was treated like this? However, he had been restraining himself for the past few days. He had already made contact with some of the major powers in the city. Today, rather than saying that the southern wasteland sovereign Yang Yuandao was inviting Yen Wuliang to a banquet, it would be more accurate to say that Yen Wuliang was borrowing Yang Yuandao's place to make friends with the 100 races of the southern wasteland. Even though these clans were powerful and influential, they were nominally the citizens of great Yen dynasty. Therefore, they would definitely send their young disciples to attend the banquet without being afraid of offending Yang Yuandao. This was a small private gathering, but those who came were indeed the elites of the younger generation of some major clans. Why haven't the people of Guangqing Immortal Sect arrived yet? Yen Wuliang asked a white-clothed youth sitting beside him. This person was Zhou Haoyang, the successor of Zhou clan who had been severely beaten up by Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong, in the land of witchcraft. This guy was only at the peak of void controlling realm. Anyone here was stronger than him. However, he could sit beside Yen Wuliang, which made everyone feel a bit disdainful. Your Highness, don't worry. Lu Yunha said he was going to invite some friends. They should be here soon, said Zhou Haoyang. Zhou Haoyang said, the Zhou family was a clan of the ancients. although everyone looked at Zhou Haoyang with disdain. Zhou Haoyang had a big brother that everyone present feared. Humph! Could it be those immortals who had just entered Dragon Emperor City? What did Lu Yunhe need to do to invite such a person? A middle-aged man with a hunched back, a thin face, and a sallow complexion said. He looked like he was malnourished. He sat there with his back arched as if he was carrying a huge tortoise shell on his back. The person he invited is incredible. I heard that 300 years ago, this person made all the outstanding figures of the younger generation of the 100 races of the southern wasteland lose their voices. I wonder if that's true. Zhou Haoyang looked lazily at the yellow-skinned, middle-aged man with a pointy head and a narrow forehead. What? Upon hearing this, all the outstanding figures of the southern wasteland were visibly moved, especially a man dressed in green who was sitting beside the southern wasteland king, Yang Yuandao. That guy? Isn't he missing? Rumor has it that he's already dead. All the elites of the southern wilderness were shocked. That yellow-faced middle-aged man who looked like he was carrying a tortoise shell on his back was extremely excited as he abruptly sprung up. Gu Fei, you're still alive. Haha, that's great. The yellow-faced middle-aged man was hunchbacked and skinny, but at this moment he gave off a powerful aura, as if a primordial beast had awakened from its slumber. The dancers in the waterside pavilion were so frightened that they immediately fell to the ground and trembled. This powerful aura made these mortals extremely frightened. Guiting, don't act recklessly. The man in cyan said sternly, Boss, Azure Dragon, I can't wait any longer. The middle-aged man called Gui Tang directly vanished from the pavilion. Your Highness, I, Azure Dragon, am very satisfied with your surprise. The man in cyan also stood up before making his way out of the pavilion and taking off into the air. Humph, humph, Gu Fei, you're actually still bold enough to come to the southern wasteland. This time, I, Feng Shiwu, will trample you beneath my feet. A beautiful figure wrapped in flames also emerged from the pavilion, rushing into the sky. Seeing the elites of the southern wilderness leave one after another, Yan Wuliang smiled. However, Yang Yuandao's expression became ugly. These people did not give the southern wilderness any face at all. They left as they pleased, without any qualms at all. Your Highness, your relationship with the 100 races of the southern wilderness doesn't seem to be very good either. Yan Wuliang said, If the 100 races of the southern wilderness don't support you, you're nothing, Yan Wuliang thought. Humph. With a wave of his hand, the southern wilderness king left his seat and made his way out of the pavilion. Let's go take a look as well. Yan Wuliang tipped his head back and drank the fine alcohol in his cup before standing up and making his way out of the pavilion. Zhou Haoyang followed behind him in a hurry. At this moment, Gu Fei's group was intercepted in the sky outside the city, Lord's estate again. Guitang, it's you? Gu Fei saw the hunchbacked, middle-aged man and was astounded. He was the outstanding figure of the Black Tortoise clan who had fought him endlessly all those years ago and lost to him in the end, Guitang. This guy has the presence of the divine beast, the Black Tortoise. He Tian could not help but shine brightly when he saw Guitang. Gu Fei, do you dare to fight me? Guitang was defeated by Gu Fei in the past. 300 years later, he had cultivated the Black Tortoise's true form. When he saw Gu Fei again, he couldn't wait to see who was stronger than Gu Fei. Let's fight. Gu Fei said calmly. Whoosh. Guitang didn't say anything else. He directly punched forward. The violent force compressed the air, and a strong gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. The space in front of the fist was about to collapse under the pressure of this force. Whoosh! Gu Fei also threw out a punch. There was nothing fancy about it. If they wanted to fight, then fight. Both of them were very direct and didn't talk too much. Since they had met a good opponent, it was better to fight directly than to waste words. Chapter 785. In the sky above Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei forced Guitang back with a punch. Then he followed up as fast as a lightning bolt and swept his right leg horizontally, causing another gale to surge out and split the sky like a heavenly saber. Whoosh! The figure of the Azure Dragon appeared nearby. Dragon Chi. As soon as Azure Dragon appeared, he looked at Shaoqing as if Shaoqing was more important than Gu Fei. At this moment, Shaoqing was also looking at Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon was surrounded by Dragon Chi as if he were a real dragon. Their chi was very similar. Bang! Gui Tang was swept away by Gu Fei's right leg and was sent flying 10 steps back. His sallow face was flushed red, and traces of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! At this moment, a fire phoenix rushed out of Dragon Emperor City. It flapped its wings and arrived in the sky in the blink of an eye. It was not a real fire phoenix, but a phantom condensed by endless flames. After 300 years, you're still not my opponent, Gu Fei said calmly as he stood in the sky and looked at Guetang. Guetang was undoubtedly very powerful. He had also broken through to the immortal realm. However, he was nothing in front of Gu Fei. What did you say? Hearing this, Guetang's yellow face immediately turned red. His eyes seemed to be on fire. He flew into a rage. Being defeated by Gu Fei 300 years ago was already the only humiliation in his life. As the most outstanding successor of the Black Tortoise clan, how could he be defeated by an outsider? Guetang cultivated desperately and finally broke through to the immortal realm. Among the younger generation of the entire southern wilderness, only Azure Dragon could surpass him. Guetang was already the second most powerful among the younger generation of the southern wilderness. Even Feng Shiwu of the Phoenix clan dared not say he could defeat him. However, he was still suppressed by Gu Fei. How could he not be furious? Humph! Shameless boasting. You actually dare to look down on the 100 races of the South? Someone yelled in the sky. At this moment, all the experts in the city were alarmed. Boss Green Dragon, show that fellow some color. Let him know the might of our southern wasteland 100 races. Where did such an arrogant brat come from? Holy daughter of the Phoenix clan, make your move. Although Gu Fei was stressed out, the group of southern wasteland warriors were not convinced. They called out the names of the most outstanding young warriors of the southern wasteland. Black lines covered Guetang's face when he heard these words. Could it be that these fellows really think that I, Guetang, am not a match for this kid? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Gu Fei, follow me if you dare, Guetang said in a muffled voice as he stared at Gu Fei. Closely after that, he turned around and flew out of Dragon Emperor City. Humph! This guy really doesn't know how to write the word death. Boss, this kind of person should be ruthlessly trampled under our feet. Only then will they know how stupid their actions are. He Tian said in a disdainful tone. He Tian didn't have a physical body. Therefore, he communicated with others through his soul. He didn't disguise it at all. Therefore, all the people at present had heard his words clearly. Where did this black guy come from? Come out and fight me if you dare. Damn charcoal head. Crawl over here and beg for mercy. Perhaps I could keep your corpse intact. Killing him is too easy for him. I will suppress him at the bottom of a latrine pit for tens of millions of years. All the experts of the southern wasteland pointed at He Tian and roared. He Tian's words infuriated all the experts of the southern wasteland. Someone was going to rush out and attack He Tian. Humph! He Tian sneered. A powerful soul surged out from his head. The light of his soul flickered like the sun, and the power of yin and yang coiled around him. The immense pressure caused everyone present to have a change in their expressions. This immortal spirit? Many people who had cursed immediately fell silent. The people who had cursed were all people who wished for the world to be in chaos. They shouted loudly in the crowd. However, once He Tian made a move, they immediately shut up. All the prodigies of the southern wasteland present could not help but feel their faces burn. These people were embarrassing the 100 races of the southern wasteland. They were just too despicable. Whoosh! Gu Fei used the desolate steps. He traveled several kilometers with each step as if he was teleporting. He directly chased after Guitung. He was so fast that even Azure Dragon could not help but shiver. Whoosh! 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 Azure Dragon, Feng Shiwu, and other powerhouses of the 100 races of the southern wasteland chased after Guitung immediately. Nobody wanted to miss such a great battle. At the same time, some people flew out of Dragon Emperor City and disappeared in the woods outside the city. Shaoqing and Balan also rushed out of Dragon Emperor City and chased after Gu Fei. However, He Tian remained still, like an immortal king descending to the mortal world. His eyes shot out 2 sharp immortal lights as he glanced around. Who told me to kneel down and beg for mercy just now? Who told me to imprison me in a latrine for tens of millions of years? Who called me a black ghost just now? He Tian stood high in the sky, surrounded by an immortal rainbow. With a powerful pressure, he asked 3 questions in a row. However, nobody dared to make a sound. Humph! The 100 races of the southern wasteland? What a great reputation. It turns out that you're just a bunch of trash. He Tian's qi was unparalleled. The powerful immortal qi shocked the entire region. Hell! Who dares look down upon the 100 races of the southern wasteland? When He Tian was going to leave, a furious roar drifted from the woods outside Dragon Emperor City. Closely after that, an overwhelming killing intent burst out from the woods. Phone! The woods turned into dust in a split second and dispersed in the air. The earth quaked as a white tiger as large as a hill appeared. The weather outside Dragon Emperor City changed at once. The white tiger displayed its domineering might of the Tiger King, which shocked all the beasts in the city. Even the exotic beasts raised by cultivators in the city started to roar uncontrollably. Everyone's expressions changed, and even Erebus could not help but be shocked. Howl! The white tiger raised its head and roared, causing the woods to quiver. Its terrifying and tragic qi spread in all directions. Then the white tiger rushed into the sky and charged at He Tian. Humph! Even if it's a real white tiger, so what? Not to mention a guy who only has a trace of white tiger bloodline. At this moment, He Tian had already found out that the white tiger that suddenly appeared was not a real white tiger, but a middle-aged man who looked like a tiger king. The image of a white tiger appeared on the middle-aged man's body, which looked extremely ferocious. Hujan is here. It's this battle tiger. His cultivation base seems to have become more powerful. That tiger has come out? There's going to be a good show. The crowd immediately stirred. Everyone was incomparably excited. This Hujan was one of the 4 battle kings of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. His cultivation was incomparably powerful. If he used the white tiger avatar, even the Azure Dragon would have to change color. How dare you look down on the 100 races of the southern wasteland? Go to hell. Hujan was extremely powerful. He rushed into the sky and instantly charged at He Tian. The white tiger that emerged from his body directly clawed at He Tian. Whoosh! Chapter 786. White Tiger. He Tian couldn't help but be moved. He retreated like a phantom, but that white tiger's claw directly grabbed over like a shadow, tearing apart the void with matchless ferocity. Bubble. Damn it! He Tian's hands moved in front of him, weaving the power of yin and yang. Rumble. The power of yin and yang suddenly erupted, directly shaking a part of the void. The void distorted, as if it was collapsing, turning into a bottomless black hole, or a void with nothing at all. Roar! A world-shaking roar came from the distorted void in front of He Tian. Between heaven and earth, even the clouds on the horizon were scattered. This roar spread over the entire Dragon Emperor city. Everybody looked up at the sky with a flurried look. Swoosh! A huge tiger claw grabbed out from the void in front of He Tian. The sharp claw emitted several meters long divine light, like a peerless, ominous weapon, tearing apart the void and meeting Hu Zhan's white tiger divine claw. When Hu Zhan saw this, he was instantly greatly shocked. How was this possible? Impossible. Hu Zhan simply couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. The other spectators were also shocked, dumbfounded. That charcoal had actually used white tiger divine claw as well. How was this possible? This was the White Tiger clan's secret that was not passed down. Even if someone secretly learned it, the White Tiger clan would exterminate that person even if they had to chase to the ends of the earth. Rumble. The White Tiger's claws, which were as big as a mountain, emitted a terrifying energy wave. In an instant, they collided with each other, producing an earth-shattering sound. Roar! Hu Zhan roared. His attack was blocked. He shockingly discovered that the other party did not use White Tiger Divine Claw, but was imitating or perhaps guiding and shifting his power to deal with him. The two White Tiger Divine Claw shattered in the void. The terrifying energy that erupted shattered a part of the space. The Southern Desolate experts who were spectating the battle nearby almost had their eardrums shattered. He Tian retreated thousands of meters away. Yin and Yang Qi revolved around his body, and the Yin-Yang spirit diagram faintly appeared on his body. Humph! Again, Hu Zhan bellowed, and the white tiger form emerged on his body. He was like a humanoid, peerless, vicious beast, and with a pounce he crossed the distance between him and He Tian. Roar! Hu Zhan pounced in front of He Tian. Opening his mouth, he gave a heaven-shocking roar. He displayed another divine art of the White Tiger clan that was not passed on, Tiger Roar Sonic Kill. In an instant, the world lost its sound. The terrifying sound waves turned into a terrifying killing sound. The entire world produced ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. The sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Once the tiger's roar was released, many people in the distant sky immediately screamed and fell from the sky. They were caught in the crossfire. Those with high cultivation were also shocked, and their souls were shaken. They hurriedly retreated far away. Wow! He Tian didn't expect that his opponent would actually display the sound-killing divine art. Although he didn't have a body of flesh and blood, that sound-killing divine art still gave him a great impact. It was as if he was ruthlessly rammed by an ancient divine mountain. He screamed miserably and flew out. The black clothes on his body were instantly shattered, turning into ashes that flew out of his yin-yang bone body. The soul fire in his skull was violently pulsating. He used the power of his soul to guide the yin and yang qi to protect his bone body. Even so, he still felt as if his entire body was being hacked by countless peerless divine weapons, almost falling apart. The people who saw He Tian's true body were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. The older cultivators even stared blankly. Undead creature. It was actually an undead creature. Since when could an undead creature walk openly on the Tunglong continent? No one wasn't shocked and no one wasn't moved. Undead creatures were a taboo existence in the Tunglong continent. This kind of undead creature that came back from death feared sunlight and could only live in the darkness. Only a small number of powerful undead creatures could walk out of the darkness without any scruples. Undead creatures were evil because wherever they went, death would envelop them. They wanted to devour the blood of all living beings to reverse life and death and resurrect themselves. There's no aura of death. My goodness! This undead creature has already refined the aura of death and has a trace of hope for resurrection. How did he do it? Some old monsters in the Dragon Emperor city muttered. A person with unparalleled cultivation base could move mountains and rivers with a single roar. However, This Hujan almost killed an immortal-level undead creature with a single roar. Under Hujan's tiger roar, Tian was directly sent flying out of the Dragon Emperor city. He rolled and rolled in the air for over 10 li before barely stabilizing his body. This guy, Tian, was startled and furious. Caught off guard, he suffered a great loss. Whoosh! Before Tian could recover his composure, Hujan's incomparably powerful figure had already appeared in front of him. His monstrous killing intent covered the sky and covered the earth, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Without any words, Hujan directly punched out. His entire right fist turned into a ball of dazzling divine light, as if the ferocious star of a white tiger had been drawn into his hand. As the fist moved, countless roars of ferocious tigers seemed to resound in the air. The terrifying power shook the air, causing the air near the fist to collapse. Hujan didn't care who Tian was. He directly rushed over. Anyone who dared to look down on the 100 clans of the southern wilderness must be taught a lesson. Hujan didn't hesitate and killed decisively. Roar! Tian roared furiously. The yin-yang energy on his body weaved into a yin-yang diagram. The diagram appeared and blocked Hujan's fist. Puff! When Hujan's fist hit the yin-yang diagram, it was like hitting a ball of cotton. He didn't feel any force at all. Then his fist strangely reversed and actually struck towards his own head. Reversed attack. Hujan rapidly retreated and escaped from the envelopment of the yin-yang diagram. His fist that was striking towards his own head was stopped by him. Although Tian had reversed Hujan's punch, he was still struck by the force of the punch and was sent flying thousands of feet away. Undead creature die. Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from Dragon Emperor City. Then the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 li was instantly attracted. A huge golden hand appeared in the sky, emitting endless terrifying chi as it directly grabbed towards Tian. A peerless figure in the city had made a move. Roar! I don't need others to interfere in my business. Hujan roared furiously. That person in the city actually interfered in his business. This made him extremely furious. Want to gang up on me? Tian sneered. Then a white jade platform rushed out of his head and floated above his head. Divine light blossomed like a lotus, instantly wrapping him up. Shit! At the sight of this, Hujan couldn't help but be startled. He directly revealed his white tiger form and fiercely pounced towards Tian. The terrifying killing intent was so vast that it made people's hearts palpitate. However, no matter if it was the huge hand descending from the sky or Hujan's attack, they were all a bit slower. Just a bit slower, and they couldn't stop Tian. Whoosh! Chapter 787. A terrifying energy fluctuation came from the mountains 150 miles away from Dragon Emperor City. The terrifying aura made all the birds and beasts within hundreds of miles quiver. Roar! An enraged roar echoed out, shaking the mountains and causing the clouds to scatter. High up in the sky, countless clouds began to disperse as a mountain-sized turtle descended from the sky. Black tortoise real body. I didn't expect him to succeed. Gui Ting is indeed the second most powerful warrior in the southern wilderness. He has completely awakened the black tortoise bloodline in his body. How terrifying! In the distant sky, there were quite a few silhouettes. All of them had shocked expressions on their faces. That mountain-sized tortoise in the sky was actually the legendary black tortoise. Good. Now it's interesting. Below the mountain-like black tortoise, a figure with a strong will to fight was looking up, completely ignoring the ferocious Guetang. He directly saw through the black tortoise's form and saw Guetang, who was similar to the black tortoise. The mighty black tortoise's divine power in the sky and the aura of a black tortoise wasn't a real ancient black tortoise. It was just a phantom image, a terrifying image that was so condensed that it was almost tangible. Within the image, there was a terrifying figure wrapped in it. Roar! Gu Fei, go to hell. Gui Tung merged with the black tortoise's form and turned into the black tortoise real body. This was already his strongest battle strength. With a roar, the huge black tortoise stretched out its claw and slapped down. Boom! The space under the black tortoise's claw collapsed and collapsed. The destructive power formed by the collapse of the void surged towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and soared into the sky to meet the attack. He waved his fist, gathering the power of extreme yang on his right hand and releasing endless divine light. The terrifying energy surged and shook the earth. A sun seemed to appear in the sky, making the real sun in the sky dim. Bang! Gu Fei smashed the mountain-sized black tortoise's claw with a single punch. Then, with another punch, the mountain-sized black tortoise was sent flying by him. This, in the distant sky, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The black tortoise, which was as large as a mountain, was sent flying. How is this possible? Could he be a celestial being? The divine power is monstrous. This is the terrifying power that comes from cultivating the martial path to the highest realm. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in amazement. A few old monsters saw through the essence of Gu Fei's power. There was no fluctuation of magical power, and he didn't display any divine abilities. It was a perfect release of power. He is a martial immortal who is said to be unparalleled among those of the same cultivation and capable of surmounting cultivation to fight immortal kings. The old monsters knew a lot of the ancient era secrets. To these old monsters, martial immortal was not a legend. In the ancient era, martial immortal was a synonym for power. Invincible among his peers, on a mountain peak in the distance, stood a tall figure. This was a middle-aged man in green with eyes like cold stars and an expressionless face. Draconic energy swirled around his body. No one wanted to get close to him. Those who knew his background all stayed away from him. The Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan was a dragon born for war. He was invincible in the southern wasteland. Even the mysterious transformation Immortal King would have a headache when facing this dragon. Anyone would have to retreat in front of such a dragon. Azure Dragon's fighting spirit sword. He couldn't help but want to join hands with Gui Tung to fight Gu Fei. He had the pride of an invincible southern wasteland expert. Like Azure Dragon, there were many southern wasteland prodigies who wanted to compete with Gu Fei. In the clouds high up in the sky, a raging flame divine phoenix stood still. Half of the sky was burned red, and the power of the fire element was vast. The southern wasteland's 100 tribes really do have a shocking foundation. In another direction, Yen Wuliang of the Great Yen murmured as he waved his fan. Humph. Otherwise, my Zhou clan would have dominated the cultivation world of the southern wasteland long ago. Zhou Haoyang said in a strange tone. Although the Zhou clan of the ancients had made a strong comeback, there were still existences in the mortal world that could contend against the primordial era. Although immortals had disappeared from the mortal world for millions of years, with the arrival of the great changes, some old fogies began to show their power in front of the world. Yen Wuliang glanced at Zhou Haoyang, disdain and disgust flashing in the depths of his eyes. He only wanted to befriend this ignorant and incompetent guy because he wanted to befriend his elder brother. That person was known as the strongest among the younger generation of the Zhou clan of the ancients. Befriending such a person would definitely be beneficial to Yen Wuliang. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion came from ahead. Amidst a furious roar, the mountainous black tortoise crumbled into pieces. Bang! Like a reincarnated god of war, Gu Fei stomped his foot on Gui Teng's chest. The violent force continuously shattered Gui Teng's black tortoise avatar and even caused his chest to cave in. The sound of bones breaking was bone-chilling. Gui Teng immediately fainted. His Xian Wu avatar had been shattered by Gu Fei, and his divine soul had suffered a great blow. Furthermore, his body had been severely injured by Gu Fei. Anxious, angry, and unwilling, he had fallen into a coma. Have mercy! Just as Gu Fei was about to trample Gue Ting down from the sky, a figure rushed out from the mountain and caught Gue Tung, who was falling down like a meteorite. It was a white-haired, hunchbacked old man. The shadow of a black tortoise was faintly discernible on the old man's body. It was obvious that this old man was an expert from the previous generation of the Black Tortoise clan. Humph! Gu Fei stomped his foot, causing the whole world to tremble. Boundless power gathered under his foot, accompanied by the sound of thunder and wind. If you want to save Gue Tang, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Gu Fei had always acted according to his heart. He did whatever he wanted without the slightest hesitation. When he said he would take action, he did so. This made the old man frown. Bam! The old man stretched out his palm and collided with Gu Fei's palm. Visible ripples appeared in the void, but there was no earth-shattering noise or surging energy. However, the whole world was shaken. Gu Fei felt a great force coming from under his foot. The old man's palm actually pushed him back hundreds of meters. His feet felt numb. This old man. Gu Fei was secretly startled. His current body was comparable to an almighty expert. His power was enough to shake a divine tool refined by an almighty expert. But now he was pushed back by an old man's pure strength. This was unprecedented. Could it be that this old man's body was even stronger than his own? Chapter 788. The 100 tribes of the southern wasteland, and even every great sect and sect in the world of cultivation, would send out their experts to secretly protect their most outstanding successors. Because these people were the future of the great sects and sects, they were the successors of their sects and sections. No one was willing to see their most outstanding successors die in the hands of others. The amount of effort required to nurture such a successor was unimaginable. This kind of phenomenon had become an unspoken rule in the world of cultivation. The experts of the older generation could not easily make a move against the younger generation. Otherwise, as long as a celestial being jumped out, perhaps everyone present today would be annihilated. Gu Fei defeated Gue Tang. 300 years ago, Gue Tang was not Gu Fei's opponent, and 300 years later, Gue Tang was still not Gu Fei's opponent. Gu Fei's strength made all the experts of the southern wasteland dread him. Among the newly grown experts, none of them could be stronger than Gue Tang. Of course, there was one exception. Gue Tang's defeat could only be blamed for his lack of skill. However, if Gu Fei really wanted to kill Gue Tang, the older generation experts of the Black Tortoise clan who were guarding Gue Tang would not sit idly by. Is that an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm, or a celestial being? The old man carried Gue Tang and disappeared into the distance in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. Gu Fei was secretly surprised. He couldn't see through the old man's depth. He was actually able to fight head-on against me with just his physical strength. He was very strong. Gu Fei came back to his senses. Standing high in the sky, he glanced around and said, "Who else wants to come out and fight?" He was incomparably domineering. The power of yin and yang surged violently, and there were divine rainbows revolving around his body. He was like an ancient god, shaking the heavens and the earth. For a moment, the surrounding experts of the southern wasteland were shocked, and no one dared to speak up. Is there no one else in the southern wasteland? At this moment, Shaoqing and Balon were also watching the battle from afar. Seeing that Gu Fei had awed all the southern wasteland heroes present, they couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. At this moment, a few extremely powerful auras suddenly came from different directions. Then, a few terrifying figures walked out from afar. Boom! At the same time, raging flames burned the sky, and endless clouds dissipated in the void like ice and snow. A flaming divine phoenix broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. The fire elemental power was vast. The divine phoenix spread its wings and arrived nearby in an instant. A powerful pressure spread out from the divine phoenix, causing everyone's heart to tremble. This was not a true divine phoenix, but a fire phoenix formed by divine flames. In the middle of the fire phoenix stood a figure wreathed in raging flames. "He's mine!" Suddenly, a voice came from the mountains. A stream of dragon chi rushed out from one of the mountains. "Roar!" The dragon chi took form, and a green divine dragon roared towards the sky, exuding an unparalleled might. Azure Dragon. This guy, the Southern Wasteland experts who were about to take action immediately changed their expressions. Two of them immediately retreated. The little princess of the Vermilion Bird clan, Feng Shiwu, also hesitated. "Is that person finally going to take action?" asked Xiaoqing. He possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, so he had an inexplicable connection with the Azure Dragon from the Azure Dragon clan. Gu Fei has met his match. When Balan saw the Azure Dragon, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. As a divine beast, he also had an inexplicable connection with the Azure Dragon. He felt his blood boil, as if he wanted to fight someone. Wisps of divine flames seeped out of his body, and the figure of a fire Qilin vaguely appeared on his body. The Azure Dragon directly walked up from the mountain, step by step. He seemed to have become one with the world. With every step, the power of the world surged forward. In Gu Fei's eyes, it seemed like the world was crushing towards him. The Azure Dragon's steps possessed a certain rhythm, as if the laws of the world were flowing. He was using the power of the world to crush Gu Fei. Azure Dragon. Gu Fei could not help but become stern. This was a powerful opponent, much more powerful than Guetang, who he had just defeated. Gu Fei. The Azure Dragon was extremely forceful. He strode through the air, and with a single step, the entire space trembled beneath his feet. The powerful dragon's might was enough to make people shiver. Everyone's expressions changed. Even Feng Shiwu backed away, rather reluctantly. The Azure Dragon was just too forceful. In the southern wasteland, no one was willing to provoke him. Swish! At this moment, the void in the distance suddenly shattered. A figure fell out from the shattered void. There was a white jade platform floating above this person's head. Everyone was dumbfounded. When they took a closer look, their jaws all fell to the ground in shock. Their eyes widened. How was that a person? It was a skeleton. Oh, well, hey. Xiaoqing could not help but be taken aback as soon as he saw who it was. The person who had fallen out of the space with the white jade pedestal above his head was He Tian. Seeing how He Tian had actually revealed his true form, even Balan, who had always been unfathomable, was shocked. Just what had happened? He had actually reduced He Tian to such a sorry state. Aye, it's an undead creature. Swish, swish, swish. The experts who had been forced back by the Azure Dragon immediately rushed over and surrounded He Tian. They were furious against the Azure Dragon, but they dared not say anything. It was perfect for them to vent their anger on this undead creature. What do you want? Humph. Do you want to gang up on me? Xiaoqing and Balan were shocked when they saw that He Tian was surrounded, and those people seemed to be about to attack. They released their powerful aura and pressed forward. Undead creatures. Everyone has the right to kill them. Are you his accomplices? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar stared at Xiaoqing and Balan and said in a deep voice, Bullsh *T. He Tian was furious. These guys did not put him in their eyes at all. Boom! After a violent tremor, the white jade pedestal hovering above He Tian's head emitted a bright divine light. A powerful divine force was released, and the three experts from the southern wilderness were all blown away. The expressions of the three immortal realm experts who were sent flying changed. The white jade pedestal flickered with light. Inscriptions vaguely appeared, and the aura of ways flowed through it. Those were the ancient divine glyphs that had been engraved on the pedestal. The white jade pedestal had already been refined into an arcane treasure by Heition. It was engraved with various divine glyphs. The divine glyphs were not fixed. They could move freely on the white jade pedestal, assembling into various formations. The same divine glyphs could be assembled into various formations with different combinations and layouts. Don't act recklessly, Feng Shiwu said. She had not done anything earlier. She could sense the divine beast bloodlines on Shaoqing and Balon. Bam! At this moment, there was a muffled rumble. The entire world shook violently. Terrifying ripples of energy appeared afterwards. Everyone paled in fright, gazing in the direction of the sound in a hurry. Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon clashed. This was a battle that had come 3 centuries late. Gu Fei's fist collided with the Azure Dragon's hand. It was basically like the collision of 2 primordial divine mountains trying to make the sky collapse. Everyone's gazes were drawn over. The strongest among the younger generation of the southern wilderness was up against Gu Fei, who had defeated all the prodigies of the southern wilderness 3 centuries ago. This battle was destined to attract a lot of attention. Chapter 789. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with Azure Dragon's palm. The heavens and earth shook and the void shattered. Even the barrier of the heavens and earth could not withstand the terrifying power. From the point where their fists and palms collided, the void shattered like porcelain. Hundreds of voids turned into nothingness. It was terrifying to the extreme. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures rushed out of the shattered void and moved quickly in the sky. It was almost impossible to see their figures with the naked eye. Boom! Bang! Bang! Shocking sounds of collision resounded. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were like 2 terrifying ancient beasts colliding savagely. Every time they collided, the whole heavens and earth trembled. A terrifying pressure radiated from the 2 figures. The spectators nearby were all incomparably nervous. A battle of this level wasn't something that could be seen at any time. Good! Gu Fei shouted and punched for the 7th time. He wanted to use the strength of his body to fight against Azure Dragon. He wanted to use the immortal martial body to suppress his opponent. Humph! You're not bad either, Azure Dragon said in a deep voice. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and punched forward for the 7th time. Endless dragon chi gathered on his palm, and the shadow of a dragon circled around his arm. Bang! Another dull sound of collision resounded. Gu Fei's fist and Azure Dragon's palm collided for the 7th time. The terrifying power swept in all directions. The destructive energy storm shattered the heavens and earth. At this time, the heavens and void were like a thin piece of paper in front of them. They could easily tear it apart with a wave of their hands. This kind of power had exceeded the endurance of the heavens and earth. If the heavens and earth did not change, the heavens would have sent down the immortal tribulation. However, since the heavens and earth changed, the immortals and mortals were separated. Even if someone in the mortal world cultivated to become an immortal, the heavens would not send down the immortal tribulation. Peerless figures who cultivated to become an immortal could no longer break the void and ascend to the heavenly realm. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were like 2 ancient gods fighting. They even penetrated the heavens and earth. Their powerful divine bodies kept colliding. This was the most direct contest of power. His physical body is so strong. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon had clashed over 100 times. From the sky to the ground, the forest collapsed and several mountains collapsed. Wherever they passed, nothing could stop their footsteps. Damn it! I have already cultivated the Azure Dragon true body, yet I still find it hard to suppress him. Is the 100-tempered martial body really undefeatable? The Azure Dragon was also secretly astonished. Roar! Take another punch from me. Azure Dragon let out a furious roar. His body left behind an afterimage as he instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. He directly punched out. At the instant his fist punched out, a dragon's roar seemed to resound in the sky. Azure Dragon's fist was like a huge dragon, moving forward with indomitable will, shattering everything, including the void. An extremely powerful force surged out from his fist, almost causing the heavens and the earth to collapse. The earth was collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. Humph! Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he attacked with a punch. Boom! The two strikes were like a sudden explosion of heavenly thunder from the ninth heaven. The deafening sound pierced through the sky. The mountains trembled, and the powerful energy waves forced some people to retreat far away. The Azure Dragon borrows the power of heaven. The Azure Dragon's long hair danced wildly. He was as wild as a ferocious beast, as fierce as an evil dragon. In the midst of his roar, he finally used the secret technique of the Azure Dragon clan. His figure was as fast as lightning, and each of his punches and kicks stirred up the power of heaven and earth. He was borrowing the power of heaven and earth. He was like a celestial being, driving the power of heaven and earth to press down on Gu Fei. This was stealing the power of heaven and earth to kill the enemy. The Azure Dragon displayed this secret technique. All the spectators were shocked. He was already in an invincible position. Who could fight against heaven and earth? Rumble! Large cracks continued to appear on the ground. The Azure Dragon's cultivation was too terrifying. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. Every step he took would cause tremors in all directions. He was the wildest and most ferocious opponent Gu Fei had ever encountered. The spectators nearby were all shocked. This Azure Dragon was indeed worthy of being the strongest character in the southern wasteland. He borrowed the power of heaven and earth to become invincible. Boom! Qinglong's punches were too powerful. Every punch would draw in the power of the heavens and earth from all directions. It was as terrifying as an indestructible storm of destruction. Every time he moved, it was as if the heaven and earth were shaking. His speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the Azure Dragon was exceptionally powerful and ferocious. Gu Fei displayed the 8 steps extreme speed and soared into the sky. Then he stomped down from the sky. Every step he took was as heavy as 10,000 caddies, ruthlessly stomping down on the Azure Dragon below. This was the ancient martial arts battle skill, the 8 killing steps. 8 steps, 8 killing steps was the supreme offensive battle skill of the 8 desolate steps. When cultivated to the extreme, one step could shatter mountains and rivers. Gu Fei's first step caused the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. With his second step, a spatial crack appeared in the void. With his third step, the space had already distorted and collapsed. Although there were still hundreds of feet between the ground and the ground, the earth continued to crumble. The nearby mountain peaks also collapsed. Countless boulders rolled down from the mountains. Gu Fei wanted to use his absolute strength to break the Azure Dragon's power of heaven and earth. He strode forward in the void and continuously dissolved the Azure Dragon's 3 punches. The power of heaven and earth couldn't stop his steps. He was like a saint god of war, extremely powerful, causing everyone to be tongue-tied. With his 4th step, Gu Fei's feet stirred up waves of wind and thunder. Waves of fierce wind blew in the sky. Thunder rumbled. An indescribable pressure filled the space between heaven and earth. As Gu Fei's foot landed, the void that had already been shattered actually transformed into the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. Roar! The Azure Dragon was like an ancient divine beast that had returned. He was incomparably wild. He actually raised his fist and directly bombarded Gu Fei's right foot. The fist was as heavy as a mountain. It carried the power of heaven and earth, causing the space to distort violently. After that, it instantly collapsed. The aura of destruction was vast between heaven and earth. The extremely ferocious fist ruthlessly collided with Gu Fei's right foot. Gu Fei's eyes were like blades. Rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. Similarly, he raised his strength to the extreme. He didn't retreat at all. He pressed forward courageously. The path of martial arts was the path of battle. The stronger he met, the stronger he would become. He would sublimate in battle and transform in battle. A true martial artist was a doer who lived for battle. As Gu Fei's right foot endured the violent power that fused with the power of heaven and earth, his left foot had already stepped out. The fifth step was still firmly stomping down on the Azure Dragon's head. The Azure Dragon had cultivated the Azure Dragon true body. He had awakened the Azure Dragon bloodline in his body. He had also cultivated the secret technique, Azure Dragon borrowing heaven's power. He was filled with great confidence in himself. He still raised his fist to resist, fiercely clashing with it. The sound of cracking could be heard continuously. The ground split open, forming many bottomless cracks. The mountains crumbled, the valleys collapsed. The entire region looked like it was being crushed by a huge mountain, collapsing continuously. Chapter 790. Gu Fei continued to use the 8 kill steps, causing the space to tremble and the power of heaven and earth to disperse. Azure Dragon pressed forward with an indomitable will, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. His fists collided with Gu Fei's, resisting the 8 kill steps with all his might as he retreated continuously. In the end, both of his legs sank into the cracked ground, and half of his body was smashed into the soil by Gu Fei. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared, causing the earth to shake. An endless amount of earth energy began to seep out from the ground. It was hazy, as if the earth was shrouded in a layer of black mist. In the next moment, an endless amount of earth energy surged and quickly condensed. Huge dragon shadows began to appear. The earth chi of the earth was drawn by the Azure Dragon, and the earth chi transformed into a dragon. The endless earth chi finally formed into 18 gigantic dragons the size of mountain ridges. The gigantic dragons soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation as they pounced towards Gu Fei. This was the terror of the Azure Dragon borrowing the power of heaven and earth. It could borrow all the power of heaven and earth. The Azure Dragon stepped on the ground and attracted the earth energy. It was simply an earth dragon, terrifying to the extreme. The Azure Dragon shattered the earth and soared into the sky. 18 great dragons defied the heavens and soared into the sky, shattering the void. The entire mountain range trembled. This was a shocking scene. This Azure Dragon, it's too scary. He actually learned the legendary divine incantation. I'm afraid no one at the same level can be his opponent. The heroes of the southern wasteland who were watching from afar were all shocked by the frightening divine incantation. This kind of incantation could borrow the power of heaven and earth, putting him in an invincible position. This was the supreme divine incantation of the Azure Dragon clan. Legend has it that when cultivated to the extreme level, one could become the embodiment of heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, he could attract the power of heaven and earth, making him invincible. The southern wasteland's 100 clans were led by the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. They were known as the 4 sacred clans. They inherited the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts and had an incomparably deep foundation. Each clan had their own heaven-defying, secret incantations. The southern wasteland's 100 clans were able to contend against the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity because of the existence of the 4 sacred clans. Good. Gu Fei let out a loud shout. His entire body emitted a yin-yang divine radiance. The terrifying yin-yang divine force was boundless. He didn't hesitate. He decisively took the 6th step. 8 desolate steps, 8 kills in 8 steps. This was the first time he had taken the sixth step. There had never been an opponent who could force him to take the sixth step. Even when he had fought against Dongfang Qin, he had not taken the sixth step. At this moment, Gu Fei's aura rose to its peak. This sixth step was the sum of the power of the previous 5 steps. This power had reached an unimaginable level. Even Gu Fei himself could barely control this power. The 8 desolation steps was an ancient battle skill. Not only did it have the speed of 8 steps, it also had the ability to kill in 8 steps. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could only take 6 steps. Boom! It was as if 100,000 volcanoes had erupted at the same time, and the entire world had collapsed. The 6th step could be described as apocalyptic. The mountains were collapsing, the earth was cracking, and a bottomless canyon extended outwards. The earth was collapsing, and the ground was violently undulating like waves. Under Gu Fei's feet, everything was crushed, everything was obliterated. Even the world's momentum, condensed by the Azure Dragon, couldn't withstand this stomp. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The vast and terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. The spectators quickly retreated far away to avoid being affected by the waves. With just one stomp, the 18 soaring dragons collapsed. The earth's chi was scattered. The Azure Dragon suffered a great impact and fell from the sky like a meteorite. What world's momentum! In front of absolute power, it couldn't withstand a single blow. Bang! The earth trembled and dust soared into the sky. Gu Fei stomped down with an unstoppable force. Not only did he shatter the 18 mountain-sized dragons formed by the earth chi, he even created a bottomless pit on the ground. Azure Dragon! The spectators couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Could it be that someone as powerful as Azure Dragon wasn't Gu Fei's opponent? How was this possible? Azure Dragon was the first person to grow up in the southern wasteland in the past 300 years. Boss is invincible in the same realm. He Tian was incomparably pleased with himself when he saw this scene. These southern wasteland guys were really asking for a beating. They actually dared to challenge Boss. Roar! At this time, a tiger's roar suddenly came from afar. When He Tian heard this tiger's roar, he was instantly enraged. That tiger had come. He Tian clenched his teeth. He suffered a great loss in that person's hands and had no choice but to run. White Tiger Clan's Hujan, that malefic star has come. When the southern wastelands heroes heard the tiger's roar, they were both surprised and delighted. But even Azure Dragon wasn't this guy's opponent. What use was Hujan? Roar! The tiger's roar shook the heavens. A white tiger the size of a mountain appeared in the distant mountain forest. It faced the sky and roared. The terrifying sound waves scattered the clouds on the horizon. Many people with weaker cultivations even directly fell from the sky. Gu Fei, it's really you! A vast voice rang out, reverberating between heaven and earth. Within the voice, an unparalleled, domineering aura seeped out. Hujan! Gu Fei stood high up in the sky, a divine rainbow revolving around his body. It was as if a divine king had descended. His powerful aura was simply like a primordial giant beast, causing people's hearts to palpitate. He suppressed Azure Dragon, intimidating the southern wastelands heroes. Whoosh! Astral winds suddenly rose. That white tiger in the distant mountain forest soared into the sky, flying towards Gu Fei. A bitter, baleful aura surged between heaven and earth. Roar! Right at this time, from that bottomless pit on the ground, a furious roar transmitted out. Following that, the entire ground started trembling. A powerful aura erupted under the ground. Boom! The ground crumbled. Endless dust soared up to the sky, forming a dragon claw the size of a small mountain. It directly grabbed towards the white tiger that was charging over. Bang! The tiger's claws slapped out, and the violent power shattered the dragon claw, formed from dust. However, the white tiger was also blocked. That was not a real white tiger, but a virtual image that was almost condensed into a substance. Within the virtual image, a terrifying figure stood. Azure Dragon, what is the meaning of this? Within the white tiger's virtual image, Hujan's long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was full of anger. He glared at a figure that was slowly rising from the ground and shouted. I said, he's mine. Azure Dragon's clothes were torn, and he was in a sorry state. However, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. His aura was still strong. The dragon energy on his body was strong, and there were 9 dragon shadows faintly appearing around him.